Buenos días a todos. Bienvenidos.
Good morning to you all. Welcome to the documentation faculty. We're going to continue today on this second day of conference, and we're going to begin with our session devoted to literary mythology on the life of the photo reporter Robert Capa. Prior to beginning this session, let me tell you that there has been like a small adjustment into the program, and this is going to last for 1 hour. We're going to finish at 10, and then at 10 there is a coffee break until 10:30.
Como decía,
So as I was saying, today we have a session where we will analyze the most literary visions of the life of the famous photo reporter, and I'm accompanied here by 3 experts that have worked in the matter, and I'm going to introduce them. And I'm going to read quite briefly their background information on their professional career. To my left, I have Susana Fortes, who is a writer in the press, and she became known as a novelist in 1994 with Querido Corto Maltés, with which she won the New Narrators Award. Her subsequent works, also recognized with various awards, navigate the border territory of adventure, history, travel, love, and war. Amongst the most outstanding, we have Fronteras de Arena, finalist of the Primavera Prize 2001, El Amalte Albanés, finalist of the Planeta Prize 2003, El Amor no es un verso libre of Suma de Letras 2013, September Can Wait in Planet 2017, or the most recent one, Nada que Perder, published by Planeta in 2022. Her first major international success came with the historical novel Quattrocento, published by Planeta 2007, which became a bestseller, and above all, with Esperando Robert Capa, the Fernando Lara Award for the Best Novel 2009, translated into more than 15 countries. And then we have Fernando Olmeda, who has developed a long career in the field of communication and journalism, writing and historiography. For 25 years, he worked in different radio and television broadcasting channels. He was one of the best-known journalists of Telemadrid and Telecinco as editor and presenter of the news broadcasting services. He directed numerous current affairs programs and documentary series on different state and regional television channels. He has written several books of reference in the field of memory, such as Látigo en Pluma, El Valle de los Caídos, A Memory of Spain, and Mexico, The Last Chronicle of Sofía Blasco. He is an expert in biographies, both written and audiovisual, including Gerda Taro, War Photographer, a reference book for numerous studies on her life and work, but also on the presence of women in photo reporting throughout the 20th century. His latest work was the translation from French of Pueblo de España, a first-person account of the defense of Madrid during the war, written in 1938, talking about the defense of Madrid during the war. In the last 6 years, he has been part of the trusted teams of 3 ministers of the Spanish government, and he was working for 2.5 years at the Ministry of the Presidency, Relations with the Courts, and Democratic Memory Standout. And he collaborates regularly with different memorial associations. For his professional career and social commitment, he has received numerous awards and recognitions. And the third guest speaker, Florent Silloray, he began his career as an illustrator of children's books, an activity to which he devoted himself for more than a decade. In 2012, he redirected his work towards writing and drawing comics and graphic novels on historical subjects and biographies, mainly for the Casterman Publishing House. After his first book, Le Carnet de Roger, about the World War II and his grandfather's captivity in the German stalags, he published Capa, L'Étoile Filante, in which he narrates the life of Hungarian-American photojournalist, a success that has been translated into 8 languages. And he also He received the eventful life of the American film director and producer, adventurer and spy Marian Cooper, and his latest graphic novel, Apocalypse Now, Un tournage en fer, was published in France in 2022 and recalls the crazy production of Francis Ford Coppola's masterpiece. Thank you very much to all three of you for accompanying us as guest speakers. This session is going to try to be very dynamic, and here we're going to be hearing about their works, their publications linked to the figure of Robert Capa. And to begin this session, I'm going to pose certain questions. The first one being the process of creation of your work related to the life of the photo reporter. Which is the source of interest in these characters, or which is the source of inspiration that trickles this motivation and this thrill and this liaison to their lives, so that you can talk about your experience?
Podéis, pues, si quieres, podemos empezar por ti, Susana.
We can begin with you, Susana.
¿Qué tal? Ahora sí. Bueno, pues...
Well, first and foremost, I'm delighted to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me over to this meeting. In my case, when I started writing the Esperando a Robert Capa novel, waiting for a Robert Capa novel, I can say that Robert Capa was already part of my, how to put this, my emotional hardcore, like Corto Maltese. I have been surrounded by reporters, and Capa was a reference, but I never thought about tackling from a literary standpoint his figure. When did this happen? Well, clearly when we had the Mexican suitcase appearing. As you recall, when the Mexican suitcase appeared, the whole press disseminated this this finding. It was like the holy grail. We had the pictures of David Seymour, Gerda Taro, and Robert Capa. In one of those pictures, I don't know if you recall, but you could see the picture where he appeared. Well, we could see a young lady that I didn't know, in pajama, in a narrow bed in a hotel with short hair. And I knew Capa. I had seen him. I had seen the majority of the pictures, and I was like, who is this lady? Who the hell is this lady? So the image, which is not a great picture from a technical standpoint, but which is really tender and sweet because it's very candid. It's a typical candid picture that a man who is in love can take of his beloved lady. And I work a lot with images, and based on that image, I started researching on the figure of who she were and the 2 years that they spent together since 1935 until 1937. And then I delved into it. I took a plunge into their lives. I was fascinated by them. And I have written 15 novels. And our relation, I don't know whether Fernando or Florent might have the same feeling, but our relation with our characters is very limited in time. In other words, the moment in which we publish the book, bye-bye, ciao, ciao, that's for you readers, and that's something that has happened all lifelong for me, with the exception of Robert Capa and Gerda Taro, because they continue to accompany me. I have traveled with them to places that I would not have thought of visiting, like, for example, I don't know, Shanghai, Beijing, Moscow, Helsinki. I don't know, places that that are really small as well. And I wanted to highlight that point as well, because sometimes we are invited to hold a conference in, I don't know, in a town which is out there in the middle of nowhere. And I don't know about you, but I like to I like to trot and walk around the place that I'm invited to speak in, and something weird happens to me at that moment. I arrived to a high school, typical secondary high school, and I ask very humbly, it might be possible that some of you might not know who Robert Capa is, and who doesn't know who he is, and they raise their hands, and I'm like, okay. But it's impossible that you haven't seen a picture from him in different reports, advertising, films, in different documentary reports on the TV. And I give them an example, and with this I wrap up, which I don't know, which might seem exaggerated, but to me it is like that. The same way, this is what I tell to the students. Maybe some of you have not read Shakespeare, but if I say Romeo and Juliet, Hamlet, all of you know whom I'm talking about. So just like some of you might not have read Cervantes, but if I'm talking about Quixote, we all know. And Quixotism, we all know what we're talking about. The same thing goes for Capa. You might not have a direct influence from Robert Capa, but it's embedded already in your DNA. All the images from Robert Capa are embedded in your DNA. And to me, that's the myth, which is the subject of this session, the mythology. When you go beyond that realm, we're living the legend. And with this, I wrap up.
What can I say? First of all, I have to excuse myself to not be able to speak Spanish. It's such a pity because I choose in school German and English, and I don't use German at any time. So what I just want to say, first of all, that I was so happy to meet Susana Fortes for the first time, because she had a big importance in my project, in my comic books, because a friend of mine offered a French copy of a novel, Waiting for Capa. It's a title in French, but it's in English, it's Waiting for Capa. And I already known Robert Capa's story, but all these details, the story with Gerda Taro, and all of the episodes that I discover in this novel give me the courage to begin this adventure. And my project with this with Robert Capa is to put the readers just the most closer than him, shoulder to shoulder, and to be with him in the middle of the battles, in the middle of the streets, all over the world where he went. So my objective was to be very precise and to put images the more realistic possible and the more historically true. So so I just collect a very big collection of perhaps more than 15,000 images and pics for documentation to recreate the most historically close possible the scenes and the decor and everything I can put in my image, just to show the strength and the courage of this man. And after this, I also want to put the readers into his everyday scene of real life. What's the difficulties for being a war photographer, and what he had passed through to give us his legacy and his images. And what can and it's so emotional for me to speak about this in Madrid. I so often draw streets of Madrid and Robert Capa just taking pictures in the middle of the streets here in this city. I just spend so many hours to search documentation about places like Hotel Florida, the place where he lived when he was in Madrid, and to find the perfect all pictures of what a room in Hotel Florida looks like. The specific design of the wood ground and the wood parquet and the little beds with metal frames and with the little old lamps just above the beds in the room. And when I saw in real, because it's I never been in Madrid for almost 30 years. I discovered the city when I was a teenager during a family trip, and I'm so happy to be here to talk about this with you and with this festival. What can
Bueno, buenos días a todas y a todos. Gracias.
Good morning. Thank you very much to the Foundation for inviting me over to participate at this international encounter. In 2005, as commented before, I was more or less well known on TV, and I had reasonable success with the book that was commented before, El Látigo en la Pluma, on the social discrimination of homosexuals during Franco's regime. A publisher came to me and proposed writing a book because we were about to celebrate the 70th anniversary of the beginning of the Spanish War, and we had the idea of drafting a biography on a photo reporter, female or male, that would have spent 3 years in Spain and that not much had been written about. I started researching, and I could see that in Spain, maybe Cati Horna had been studied, Vera Elkan with the International Brigades, and especially the research had focused on Martha Gellhorn and all the photographers that had written books, but there was very little written on Gerda Taro. And in the world, very little had been written about her. So for many decades, Gerda Taro had been a female in the shadow of a man. She was not part of the essential photographers of the 20th century. And since the Second World War, barely anything had been written, with the exception of a few, perhaps a few works, and Richard Wheeland's biography and Irma Sabert's work in 1994, but not much more. And in Leipzig, and I'm glad to see the colleagues from Leipzig, there was the Taro-Straße, where you could see a plaque commemorating her figure, and Dina Gelbke had put it up, George Kurisker's mother. But not much more had been done. There was an award on photography in the Democratic Republic of Germany in 1988, and with the fall of the wall, this was over. So we decided there and then that Gerda Taro was the ideal photo reporter to start working on. And in 2007, we would commemorate the 70th anniversary of her death. So it was a publishing opportunity. I started working on that with the basis of Irma Saber biography, and I saw that the Gerda Taro project was really broad with direct sources, etc., but that there were some loopholes, some gaps to fill in regarding her passage through Spain, which I started filling in. So it's a Spanish biography on Gerda Taro's visit to Spain during the war. And then there would be a second part to the book, which was really important. That's why it's called Gerda Taro, war photo reporter, reporting as the main character in history. So the American troops had assassinated José Couso, a colleague of mine in Baghdad, and in 2007 we wanted to vindicate the figure of the reporters, and I'm glad to see Gervasio Sánchez, who is mentioned 4 times in the book. So it was a personal commitment and professional commitment, not just with the reporter Couso and many people who have lost their lives at the precise moment, as Cartier-Bresson mentioned, many women and children who died, and we had the Rory Peck Award recognizing those figures. But I wanted to devote that second part to the female glance towards conflict, the ethical commitments in the quest for truth, and the risks entailed by the lives of the reporters who are uncomfortable witnesses to conflict. And in the second part of the book, we collected the biographies of the heirs of Gerda Taro who were dying in Iraq, Afghanistan, etc., etc. So that was the project that I conducted in 2007, which is when I published the book. And then we had the incoming of the Mexican suitcase, and everything was disrupted. But I'm really proud of the work that we did back then with the publisher, with whom I published 3 more books, precisely because it acted as a source, I believe, a necessary source, I believe, essential source for the drafting of fiction novels, university papers, PhD dissertations, theses, documentaries, and I think that recently there is a working process on Hollywood film on Gerda Taro, which stems from this book. And of course, and with this I wrap up, I wanted to pass on the baton. As we mentioned yesterday, we have the memories of the past, the present, and the future, and there's many loopholes, many gaps in the history of Spain which need to be filled in. And what I like the most is that individual people and associations. Today we're going to listen to the research on Toledo, Malaga, and how Gerda Taro visited those places. That's what thrills me the most. Many people, based on the book, have opened up new research lines in order to bridge those gaps of those loopholes which were not told. An official historic memory had a certain official narrative which is very different from the real one, which is what we're trying to build from the academia and from the novels and from the rigor in the research on all those loopholes. Later on, we can elaborate on the styles and the commitment by the writers, because Michel Lefebvre mentioned something really interesting, which is how to bridge those gaps, how to fill in those loopholes and the relationship between reality and fiction, and to see how you can bridge those gaps and how useful fiction might be vis-a-vis rigorous research work like Gerda Taro, war photographer. Yes, I can say something to that. I need to be grateful to Fernando, because my first source to delve into the search for sources and material on Gerda Taro, which I lacked, was Fernando's book. And I told him, because the Irmescher biography was only in German, which was not accessible for me. It was not translated into French, and that's why Fernando's book was vital for me. And I could go to other sources and other material, and I would like to thank you again for how close this character was for me, because at the beginning, Gerda Taro was unknown for me. Thank you very much, Susana. Just precisely following that line, let me pose the next question. In the work and in your approach to the stories of Gerda Taro and Robert Capa, which have been your main documentary sources? That's the first level. Then we will talk about fiction. So when you want to come closer to those stories and those biographies, which have been your main sources of information, we begin in the same order. Well, as I told you, Fernando's book was the first one that got me going, that arrived in my hands. And then from that moment onwards, I knew how to move. We have all the sources of Rosa Leon Alberti, Freston Idealistas Under the Bullet, and also Virginia Cowell's biography photographers, other war reporters. Some works on the International Brigades, and the stay from Gerda Taro in Valencia when she covered the International Brigade Congress for the Defense of Culture, which was held in Valencia. It was when it was the capital of the Republic. That's when I became acquainted with more direct sources and more specific sources. And I tried to dive into many different places, and I was fascinated by this character. And she was really fascinating. She was as smart as can be, who had the idea of creating the Capa stamp, the Capa myth, the Capa brand. She creates that. And there's a component that I like to recall at all times. When we analyze historic characters, photographers, etc., we analyze them at once, but it's not like that. Because no one is the same person when you're 20 than when you're 45. Capa was not the same person when he was 20 during the Spanish Civil War. He was an idealist. He was committed with a clear intention. Than the Capa in Indochina, where he had a lot of defensive cynicism as an outer layer towards the war, because that's the only outer layer, outer shell that you can develop when you're dealing with war. I don't know why I'm saying that, but in between 1935 and 1937, when they go to Spain, that's the era that I focused on, and that's where the Capa stamp, so to speak, was born. And I'm interested also in that type of thing. In addition to history, I'm interested to see how a love story, which was really intense between them, at the same time when they fall in love, when they're in Paris, when they arrive, both of them, to Spain, that love story is ingrained and becomes more flesh and wound because they're under the bullets. So a passionate love story begins to be rivalry between professionals, because at that moment, Gerda Taro vindicates her glance as photographer, and somehow that entails a conflict with your couple, with the love of her life. And I was interested to deal with that from a standpoint of interest, because she's a very modern lady, from the standpoint of the perspective and glance and approach from her camera and her personal attitude in life. And that was interesting for me. Yeah.
About this question, I read all the biography disponible in French version, and even in some in English too. I just remember how important was the one from Richard Whelan, and all the precise dates, tapes, and location that he described, and to continue in what Susana said, that I was very interested by the personality of Gerda Taro, the woman behind the legend, the way that she had so much influence on the name of Robert Capa, and I just draw them just in front of a facade of a cinema in Paris, just dreaming about the stars' names, the American stars' name, just above their head. And I found documentation too with very old movie affiche to draw them and to put my readers into what can possibly happen at that day, in that days between them. And so this part of this couple is such an interesting way to discover the personality of Robert Capa, because Gerda Taro first, but in the second way, his love story with Ingrid Bergman was very important too, because he had some consequences on the movie in Hollywood industry. I mean the tie between John Huston and Robert Capa, and the special relationship that he developed with Alfred Hitchcock during the footage of I don't know the English title of this, but he tried to speak so long in long pause when they don't shot with Alfred Hitchcock, and he talked about his life and the war, and it's so important that some years after, Alfred Hitchcock did Fenêtre sur Cour, which is Rear Window, with this photographer of war just stuck just behind his windows, just looking at the people on the other facade, and I can see I can see the influence of Robert Capa in this film that I love all my life, and I understand why now.
Bueno, en cuanto a las fuentes, lo que he comentado antes.
About the sources, well, as I said, if we go back to 2006, 2008, I mean, the pictures had not been strictly given the seal of Capa and Taro before the finding of the Mexican suitcase. So what I was really interested in, beyond what was her photograph and which was his photograph, I just wanted to link her image with the environment, the atmosphere of Spain. In everything I did, essays or novels, my intention was to find a specific perspective. Juan José Milla's Spanish writer always talks about the moral space that you use as a starting point. And for me, when I was studying Gerda Taro, she was an anti-fascist woman. That's the perspective I used. All those that worked on her figure, I mean, they can confirm that. And Gerda Taro's figure is also important nowadays because of all the events that we are living in our present day. So I wanted just to reflect in my book about the general environment, the general atmosphere in Spain, and I wanted to tell my story from Madrid, from Calahonda, from Toledo, in the best way possible, because the official history had never told us about it. So my book was trying somehow to reconstruct history. It had to be a rigorous, true biography, respecting people, but also with a specific committed look, as I've always tried to do in my life. So following Eduardo Galeano, I tried to tell things so that the reader has the feeling that things are happening again before his eyes, before her eyes. That was my idea. Nothing had been written about Gerda Taro. Nothing has been written after that about her. So it was a total success. You cannot find the book nowadays. It was sold out. So, but yeah, that was my idea. It was not a matter of repeating, because I mean, or I didn't just want to cite or reproduce the Gerda Taro process that had been before. I tried to find my own formula. And it is true that nowadays we have very rigorous works by the Academy of History. We have comics, graphic novels, but I tried to find a hybrid. It is a very it is a very present thing nowadays. So the biography part is rigorous, but then in order to separate myself from the Ingmar project and find my own personality, with the Spanish perspective, I chose to have a crust narration where I mixed up rigorous biography with a first-person voice, which was Gerda Taro's. So I compiled all the documentation about everything that was felt about her. We had Rafael Alberti, Spanish poet, that had talked about that, and I incorporated that into the first-person voice of Gerda Taro. So it was a rigorous biographic book somehow, but trying to find that hybrid format, allowing us for a different reading. And as Galeana said, I tried to bring the reader to those times with the 5 trips she made around Spain, throughout Spain. Thank you very much for your contribution, for your inputs, very revealing inputs. Thank you very much. So we are kind of entering a specific level that was mentioned yesterday. I mean, where documentation is scarce, where we are lacking evidences, that's where literature has a place. And in that sense, I just wanted to refer to, I mean, some elements of this myth have been built from literature. And Robert Capa created also some fictions. He was his own fiction, right? So my question is, in your works, what's real and what's fictional in the characters you have created in your works when you try to refer Capa's life? Well, in my case, unlike Fernando, that truly has an explanation about his book, I just wanted to have a full-fledged novel. It was a novel, it was fictional, 100%. And characters speak, breathe, they have a corporal presence. We all know the difference between an essay and a novel. So the boundaries for me were that I just tried to be rigorous as I could in describing the spaces, the places they visited, the people they met, the perspectives they had, the pictures they took. I mean, I just tried to base myself in the true material that remains about them. But then the dialogues, the interventions of other people, the comments that I read about them as a couple or as individuals. I mean, I had to build up a fiction through dialogues. I mean, my dialogues, in a novel, you need to have dialogues. You need to hear the characters speak. And I may be wrong, but there came a time when I was so into their lives. I mean, they lived with me at home. I had Robert Capa and Gerda Taro at home, having breakfast with me, having lunch and dinner with me every day. I went to the supermarket. I used to go to the supermarket, and they took their coats with me. I mean, they were embedded into my life. I had the impression that they were my children, that I knew them, and they were close to my heart. It was the closest proximity I've ever had with characters I have written about. So that was my feeling, and that allowed me to establish a dialogue between them. I mean, when Gerda Taro got angry with Robert Capa, she had to speak specifically like this because of her personality, because of the image I had in my mind about her. Capa was kind of harder to describe because I had more true testimonies about his expressions. I could hear his voice when he went to radio stations in America and interviews that he attended to. So for me, it was harder to recreate Capa as a character. I had fewer sources for Gerda, but somehow I was deeper into her character, into her personality. I kind of related to her. I identified myself with her defense at all cost of her work in front of Capa, and how she had her own individual independence, her individual look different from his. in those first years in which Capa taught her to take photographs, but she taught him how to have a life, how to make a life. She was her agent. She was his agent. In those times, I mean, she was way higher, way better than Robert Capa in a way. So about your question, I mean, building up a novel requires dialogues, requires some degree of intimacy. But in order to build up that intimacy, in order to create those dialogues, you need to have a documentation as a basis, a solid one. And yeah, that was the work I did for my novel.
For me, there is another difficulty because I have to draw some images and to produce images for the readers and to be very true with the historical aspect. And but it's impossible to draw all the realities. So I did this. I drew like it was like a travel notebook or travel diary of Robert Capa in this book. That's that's my objective, to do this, and I don't have to draw every details of the windows on the facade of the streets. That's more about the impression, like an impressionist painter, and to put a little brush paste but it was difficult too, because I have this responsibility in front of an historical photographer. I don't want to draw funny things or false things, and it was a part of the difficulties. But I tried my best, and with always the impression to have them like Susana, close to my shoulder, because when you draw people in so many frames during perhaps 3 years, they are friends, they are part of your family, and you know everything about them, and they are so close to you. That's the aspect of drawing somebody's life. And it was quite good to have Robert Capa on my shoulder.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. So you know how literature works and the different genres. Different genres are complementary. Some of them coexist better than others, but all of them are necessary in order to fill up those gaps in history. Here in Spain, we have had decades of amnesia, of oblivion, built on silence. So the antithesis of silence is noise, of narrating, speaking. So all our works, whatever the genre, are complementary. And this is also part of the democratic education we had to go through in Spain. And we have to go through even today. I mean, through graphic novels, that's a very interesting tool to take all this to younger generations, to take that part of history that was silenced to the new generations. So somehow whatever the genre we used, we have a responsibility, and we have the great opportunity to focus on those gaps in history in order to somehow cover those gaps in our collective memory. I mean, I'm thinking of Michel or our German friends. All of you, all of us, have accepted that debt, that responsibility, that debt with the past, connecting the debt with the living, and that's the driver of our actions. Not individually only with our works, trying to reconstruct new readings of history, but also somehow taking into account that memory needs to be incorporated into the construction of societies themselves. We need to to create new frameworks. In the case of Spain, that's so obvious. We need to find new interpretation frameworks that give some persistence to collective memory. These years in Spain, we're going to have the Collective Memory Cinema Festival in the same line. I mean, we have individual memory of many people that for decades were silenced through fear. So all those voices united create the collective memory of our country. And there is a specific term, which is the militant memory, the vindicative memory. And that's my approach. It's not only about telling things that happen, but committing as a citizen with that new look into history. Yep, that's it.
Pues muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, trying to wrap up this session. I have a question for you. All these years, you've had many different perspectives, many different approaches to Taro's and Capa's life. You had graphic novels, a more rigorous vision, a more literary vision. Was there a moment, or is there a specific door that was opened after you did your work to create more works about them? Maybe another graphic novel, maybe some continuity to your work, Fernando, or in the case of Susana, can you foresee a new novel project about the same things, about the story of these characters?
Bueno, siempre a mí me parece que
Well, listening to Fernando, I was thinking that in these times of crisis for journalism, I think it is more and more interesting to vindicate Capa's figure and Taro's figure. Not only them, but that generation of pioneers that in the 20s and 30s of last century created those articles. And that was the first time that you had those. The Spanish Civil War, it was the first conflict where you had that was broadcast throughout the world. And you had pages and pages of newspapers talking about that. You had readers in New York that were expecting those news every day about the Spanish Civil War. But they also created the Magnum Agency, which is extremely important because, I mean, somehow Magnum Agency was the gold standard for journalism. You need to be there, you need to tell about it, and then by creating this cooperative agency, I mean, the intention of creating it, it was not economic. They did not want to earn money by that, but they just wanted photojournalists to do the kind of work that they wanted to do with no pressures, with no constraints coming from the Elon Musks of the time. So that cooperative experience was very interesting from today's perspective. So about my projects, I mean, there are documentaries that are being done right now. There are movies that are being produced, TV shows. I know of those projects indirectly, but in my field, in literature, in literary terms, I think, my novel ends in 1937 when Gerda Taro dies in Brunete, and that's the end of it. And then you have a longer expand of life of Robert Capa, but that's been told in some other biographies. And I will not delve into that. I think, but the interest on their figures is huge because of the crisis we are living today.
To respond to your question, I think that it was my first biography in a graphic novel, and I'm kind of specialized in this now, and what seems important in this book that experiencing with this myth of Robert Capa, I have to question my style and how to perfectly draw some specific scenes like the Normandy landing. It's so special pictures that you can draw them with your habitual style. And I experienced many things, and I decided to not draw it on brown paper like the other frames, and I do some black china ink with water, with not very precise details of the contour of the people, of the soldiers, and to recreate the aspect of slightly out of focus, like he said, like his book title, and to exaggerate this aspect, I put, when the drawings were still wet, I put all the night some big quantity of salt. And so during the night, the salt hit the ink, and I have this crackle type of drawings that I experienced, and I invent for this particular part of my books. So to work about a myth like Robert Capa, it's always put question of your style, how you put some important images, how to draw very important things and write things. And just to finish, the most difficult pages was the die of Robert Capa. How to represent this in drawings. And in one end, it was a very emotional sequence because for me it's the end of this adventure on drawings, and I don't want to kill friends like this. I mean, on paper, and to draw this particular episode and to put for the first time some red in my palette, for me, and it was like losing a close friend. I experienced this. It was a sad day for me when I drew this.
Bueno, como he comentado.
Well, as I said, my book was published in 2007. It's a bit outdated now. Fortunately, we've had more research in these 70-odd years that have added new lights, new brightness to Gerda Taro's passage throughout Spain. We will listen to research in Malaga and Toledo that are really interesting. So my book is a bit outdated, fortunately, and luckily enough, in 2027 we'll celebrate the 90th anniversary of his death. So I think it is a good time, and Uria is familiar with that. The publishers are not aware of that, but they will learn about it. Hopefully they watching us via YouTube. I mean, with the cooperation of all of you and all of you that want to develop somehow an update of my book with many other things that have been researched, that's great. And thank you also, Cynthia Young, for the interest shown in that possibility to update the Spanish biography of Gerda Taro. So, and my last motive, for me, my last motivation is that Vicente Salas Viu, which is a writer that he got to know Gerda. Gerda was everywhere and nowhere. Now, yes, she found a land that did not escape her feet. It was a firm land, Spain. She called herself Spanish. She loved that. So those words are a good driver for us to delve deeper into her work, into her pioneering character for new generations.
Pues muchísimas.
Okay, thank you all. First, for your generosity, sharing with us your creative process, your sources, and especially for sharing your emotions, for your commitment to these characters. We can hear the passion in your words and your commitment, your involvement in trying to be loyal to reality, faithful to what happened, and trying to recreate those moments where evidences are lacking. Thank you also for your work, where we have different visions of the same thing, complementary visions for that regard, about Gerda Taro and Robert Capa. We had graphic novels, the more factual work of Fernando, and also Susana's novel. Everything adds up to get to know these authoritative photographers, and you also connect to different audiences through your work, and you give the possibility, you open the door for more people with different profiles to connect to these people, to these characters of the past. Also, thank you for leaving your personal footprint. It is really moving to listen to the link you had with these characters and the most difficult passages in your work, where it was harder to create things. So, I mean, I think it is about time to claim your works, to read them again with the pretext of this international meeting. Linking that with what was said yesterday by Michel Lefebvre, there is an open field for research, a literary research, and about everything that has been published on Robert Capa. So that's the challenge for the future. And the outcome of that can be really interesting. So before closing this session, I don't know if someone has a burning question for the authors here.
Buenos días a todos. Solo un comentario. Creo que se me oye bien. ¿Me oís bien atrás? No, tenemos el micro. Gracias. Sí, hola.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I have a comment, not a question. I was taking note of many of the things you mentioned, and I think there's an exceptional thing. I mean, the literary vision, the literary part of it, I mean, the creative thing when you dealt with Robert Capa. So I understand that sometimes we are justifying the way we created things, but you don't need to justify your work if you use specific perspectives, because I mean, the creator imagines, the creator thinks, the creator dialogues with characters. So sometimes when we talk about our work, we justify it all the time. Oh yeah, I did not find documentation about this. I did not find I mean, thank you for all those visions. You don't need to justify yourselves. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. Let me tell you that I'm grateful for that defense of the creative freedom, but there are boundaries. This is my view. One thing is when you write about a character that you made up right from scratch, but when you write about a person that breathed and lived, I mean, you're somehow tied. There is an unwritten law about that. There's a certain degree of honor you need to respect. You can recreate conversations, you can recreate scenes, but you cannot contradict the essence of that character. That's not legitimate when you work with, I mean, if you have fictional characters, of course, but when you have non-fictional characters, I mean, be it in the graphic novel, be it in novels, be it in films, you're somehow committed to respecting the characters. There are some movie directors that are deliberate in the way of disrespect that, but it is a deliberate move. But for me, that doesn't work.
Bueno, pues, si no hay ninguna intervención.
Okay, thank you all again for attending this session. And a round of applause, come on. That was fantastic.
Pues, hacemos una pausa.
So a break until 10:30 and then we'll see each other here again.
Hispanic Geographies, tribute to the fotoreporter, graphical testimony, and places of homage to the photographer. And it deals with the activities conducted by the photographer. We're going to begin with the next presentation by Carlos Veda Hidalgo, graphical testimony of the siege of the Alcázar of Toledo. He's a graduate in Humanities and Heritage and Masters in Audiovisual Heritage by the Complutense. He's a senior technician in Photographic Image Laboratory and currently a PhD student in Documentation Sciences at the UCM. He has worked as a documentalist at the BBVA Foundation and the National Library of Spain. His research focuses on the documentation and recovery of photographic material from the Second Republic and the Civil War. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Gracias a la Fundación.
Welcome, and thanks to the Foundation for the kind invitation. This encounter is incredible. The people that have been researching on Robert Capa and Gerda Taro in their stay in Spain. 5 years ago, the 20th of November 2019, I was here at this very same table and chair, and it was the first time that I participated at the Photo Talk encounter. I recalled that date when I was on the train yesterday, and it was the first time that the Photo Talk group invited me over with my master's thesis, which is what we're going to see, and after 5 years, how I have expanded that work and how I have closed it up regarding the stay of Robert Capa and Gerda Taro in Toledo. And I would like to acknowledge the research of the Phototalk group. And I am part of that group, and as I mentioned last week, it is a privilege, and I would like to extend the acknowledgement to that group. I have Juan Miguel, Antonia, Maria, and my colleagues who have facilitated my work to this day, and even if we get obstacles, we will continue to strive. Okay, I'm going to go quickly and talk about the context because there's plenty of contributions on the table for the sake of time. The arrival to Spain from Robert Capa and Gerda Taro. I think Gerda Taro has not been mentioned too much in this event, and without Gerda Taro there is no Robert Capa, and it's of the utmost importance to acknowledge her figure and her role. And in this first stage, where both of them are the Robert Capa stamp, August, September 1936. They arrived to Spain, and the first pictures they take are in Barcelona and Aragon, together with Éclair Journal and France Actualité. And you can see in French Meadow Duncan digitized in high quality, and you can see them working hand in hand. And they arrived twice to Toledo. Richard Whelan mentioned twice, and the end of August, but we don't know exactly the final date in their travel to the south, looking for battles and Republican victories. And in Catalonia and Aragon, it's quite stable. In Barcelona, there is no combat. There are some revolutionary scenes, but they go to the south, to Madrid and Cordoba. So they stop in Toledo, the siege of the Alcázar, and there has been a siege going on for some time. We don't know exactly how many days they spent there. They take pictures, and then they resume their journey to the south, to Cordoba, when they take the famous picture of the militian who has been brought down in the mirror. And then on the 18th of September, they go back to the north, and there is a bombing, or a mine explodes, and there is an assault later on, and the Republicans think that they're going to take on the Alcázar. It's not the case, but all the cameramen and all the reporters gather in Toledo to talk about the seizing of the Alcázar to end up the siege. And we have all the photographers, international and national, present that day in the Alcázar. And it's not just the 18th of September, but further dates. 10 years ago, only one picture was known of Robert Capa in Toledo. This is the militian in the Zoco do Ver square among the debris. And you can see the No Pasarán motto and some features that attest to the 5th Division. The typical militian features like that handkerchief on the neck, which is very typical for the assailants on the 18th of September. Until 10 years ago, only this picture was known, but I have recognized a total of 11 pictures of them both, which were catalogued as Madrid and Barcelona at the ICP. It's pretty complicated to identify Toledo because in the pictures you can clearly see that it's Toledo, but in some others it's impossible to see whether it's Toledo. But the details provide you with all the information you need. The first one's in August 36, the first travel. You can see it in the one on the left is from Gerda Taro, and it's signed Photo Taro, handwritten at the back of the picture. It's the streets of the cathedral. At the ICP, it says it's Toledo. It only read one church at the background at the beginning. And in August 36, which is the first time when these pictures are taken, it's close to the militians' headquarters, and this building had been seized. They need to go to those militia headquarters because they need to register themselves as foreign photographers, and as there is suspects that they might be spies, they need permits, and they go to Toledo and they go to that building. The picture of Capa is the car which was taken as warehouse. It's like a warehouse/garage. And the San Marcos Chapel, it's currently a cultural center. In August 36, after going through the quarter, they go close to the Alcázar with all the militians, and they take these pictures with a square format, with a 6x6 format from Gerda Taro. ICP identifies that as Gerda Taro, not as Toledo, but as Barcelona. But because of the barricades and the sacks, it corresponds to the Zoco do Ver square. And the bags read Valderribas, which is a cement factory, and they are the only sacks that can be found in Toledo, in the north of the Toledo city during the advancement. And the picture to the right is from Robert Capa, and it's not the same moment, it's a second difference. They are shoulder to shoulder taking pictures. They do that in Barcelona and Aragon. They take pictures of the same characters at the same time at all times. This is also done by the Spanish photographers, and we have the current picture at for example, at the Parliament. They are shoulder to shoulder, but Capa and Taro work like that, shoulder to shoulder, during this first stage of their stay in Barcelona. And you can see the man with a hat, and there is.
En uno de los libros de las exposiciones de Robert Capa de 2000.
There's a gun, and in Japan there is more quality, and you could see Gonzalo Hernández de Mora de Toledo, and you can see that with a magnifying lens at the backside of the rifle. I published that. It had repercussion. If you identify the person owning the rifle, and it got disseminated through the social networks, and in Twitter someone wrote me and he said, I don't think it says Gonzalo but Consuelo Hernández, who is my grandfather. And you can see Consuelo Hernández Rodríguez. Consuelo Hernández was from Mora de Toledo, and he was a militian, and he enlisted the popular militia. He was detained in 1937 and shot down in 1937. And he's like, this is the first picture that I have from my grandfather. And to corroborate it, we could see another picture where there was a complete match. So thanks to the details, you can identify the militian. So they go back to Toledo in September 36. Everyone wants to take pictures of the attack on the Alcázar, and when the mine explodes, the assault takes place. The Republicans are fighting toe-to-toe against the defenders. They reach the internal galleries, the internal patio. The Alcázar is almost destroyed, and there is a toe-to-toe fight. And the Republican commander asks for a retreat because the artillery is going to shoot against the Alcázar, and they retreat, and they are frustrated because they had conquered or maybe reached positions which were really important. Had they continued to exert pressure, maybe they could have gained back the Alcázar. But picture was at the ICP catalogued for 80 years as Madrid. And it's impossible that it might be Madrid. I loved that picture when I was a kid. It's impossible that it might be Madrid because in August 36 there is no war in Madrid. And the handkerchiefs, well, I saw them and I'm like, this could be Toledo. That was the hypothesis. And this is a large venue. You can see someone in the background, like in a staircase above the scene. And I went to the Santa Cruz Museum, which was their first Republican line. And you have the defenders of the Alcázar right next. And when I entered the claustro area, I said, this is the Covarrubias patio, and that is the staircase of Covarrubias. And those details give us information on what's going on. I'm going too quickly, but the character with the open arms is a commander from the assault guard. You can see the 8-tip star in the hat, and he's given an explanation. I saw the list of assault commanders that day in Toledo. We had Emilio Torres, and there was a picture in the press. It was not him. And then Germán Madroñero López. There was no picture from Germán Madroñero, but in the year 35, there was a picture at the National Archive of Catalonia during a Republican event, and we could see Germán Madroñero López. Germán Madroñero López was a saboteur in the Republican lines, and he had rebelled in Barcelona. He was not captured, and anarchists were looking for him, and he went to Madrid, and he said, I'm an assault commander, and there is no quick information whereby you can detect spies. So in Madrid, he was not well known, and he is sent to Toledo to command the assault troops. He commanded the retreat, and there is a diary that says, we don't know who asked for the retreat, but we lost important positions. And this is not candid, and there is posing. No, it's not posing, it's a candid scene because he's not in the first line, as if it would be a theater play. This is the different hats. They are clearly arguing. I don't think that Taro and Capa knew what was going on, and he merely just took a picture above the hats. And it's a candid scene, natural scene. It's just the defense or challenging he's getting. You can see the gazes of hatred. The militians are flipping out, and he's excusing themselves in front of lower ranked militians, and he's giving some sort of explanation. Madroñero survived the war in 38. Republicans detained him because they can see that he was a spy, and he continued to live in Madrid. I don't know where he lived, but he survived the war. So this is the very same place. Currently, it's the staircase of the Covarrubias patio. I'm not going to display all the pictures that I have identified from Robert Capa. They're published in a paper, and we continue to get more. In May last year, I identified another picture, but I'm going to go straight to the point and cut to the chase, which is the fact that we always want to identify them, which is really difficult. There's many pictures of them, maybe more from her in August 36, but barely few pictures of him. I found this at the Dépêche, a French newspaper, and she's not identified as Gerda Taro, just a militant talking to the soldiers. I think it's her. You have seen many pictures with this attire. And I don't think it's Toledo. It's the 20th of September. It has been distributed by an agency, by a foreign reporter, through the agencies to foreign countries. It's not Toledo. It might be Córdoba, Aragon, close dates. And it is a picture that which is new, where we can see her, Gerda Taro. And in his case, we have the Moyano mountain, Cerro Moyano, and you can see their bags. We cannot tell whether they're 100% them, but in Cerro Moyano, you can see their bags. That's a hypothesis, and people are retreating, and they're going towards the front line. 10 years after, this is the Santa Cruz patio. where they took the picture in the cloister, and this pertains to the Vincent Doherty collection. It was a Republican volunteer piloting airplanes with English pilots. The pictures are not from here. We don't know who is the author, probably an international photographer, but he handed those pictures to Doherty, and the granddaughters have a collection that donated that to the town hall, and in 2007 they donated that to the Municipal Archive of Toledo. They're decontextualized, and I wanted to contextualize them for the PhD dissertations. And as we got more quality, we could see Robert Capa out of scene. He's not armed, he's not a militian, he's not wearing any hat, and he has the sleeves up, but he's not wearing a hat. Not always are they going to carry the camera. In the pictures of Gerda Taro, she's not always carrying the camera, and I was like, well, let's analyze the picture. He's out of scene, but you can see the match in the height, the hair, the date, 18th to 21st of September, which is the time when he took the other picture. And with this, I close 10 years of research, which was what I wanted to do, to identify Robert Capa. It's the first picture where you can see his face in his trip to Spain. For 1 month and a half, he has been in Spain. This is dated 35, and Catihorna 35. I have put some pictures that are more or less the same age to see the hairdo, the hairstyle, and also the eyebrow and the ear. Everything looks the same, and this is basically the most popular one. I cannot say that I've closed 10 years worth of research, because every month we get more. So the field for research is wide open.
Muchas gracias, Carlos. Pasamos a la siguiente.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Now we have Beatriz Obis, the Robert Capa route. He has a diploma in tourism from the University of Lleida, master in hotel management and postgraduate in local governments by the University of Barcelona since 2022. In the City Council of Aitona, she's promoting its tourist attractions. Her relationship with the town council began in 2016 as a private company offering courses as a tourist guide.
Sí.
Perdonar que la informática y yo estamos a veces nos peleamos.
Okay, I have a difficult relationship with technology, as you can see. Thank you very much. First of all, thanks to the foundation, because we are a municipality with 2,500 inhabitants, and we didn't know what we had in our hands until we saw all the things that Robert Capa moves. And some members of the city council are really passionate about it. So thank you for letting us be here. Let me tell you about our village. Again, we have 2,500 inhabitants. We have peach trees as our main tourist attraction, and suddenly in March we have 20,000 people in order to see the blossoming of the peach trees. We have a lot of Catalan tourists because we are 1 hour and a half away from Barcelona, close to Lleida, the capital of the province, and very close also to the Aragonese region. So it's a pleasure being here with all of you. How did we discover Robert Capa? On November 5, 1938, Ernest Hemingway and Robert Capa interview one general in the Battle of the Ebro River, and then they go back to Barcelona. On the way to Barcelona, they learn that there is a Republican offensive for the 7th. So Hemingway goes to Barcelona, but Capa tries to find the place of that offensive. That morning, he He took like 200 shots. He was there in the morning. The intentions of these attacks were to take pressure from the troops that were present in the Battle of Ebro River and moving towards Fraga, a very important town of the region. Those were the goals for that offensive. And in the area you're going to see, that's where those Republicans took refuge, hiding from the Franco troops that were close to Fraga, to that town. They were took by surprise for 10 days. There were skirmishes and intense battles. So, I mean, the artillery against them was amazing, the air bombings. So on November 20, the Republican troops started to withdraw. For 1 month, they were withdrawing their positions, and later that year, Lleida, the capital of the province, was conquered. Here are some of the images that were found in the Mexican suitcase. What can I say about the Mexican suitcase? Yesterday, it was discussed extensively. Let me just tell you, that maybe you're aware of that, but the Catalonian regional television published a documentary, a 50-minute documentary about the excavation. It's titled Excavation of Memories, the Mexican Suitcase. So it's there, it's in English, and you can see it in the website of the Catalan regional television, TV3. There's a sentence by Brian Wallace saying that the Mexican suitcase is like the Holy Grail. It is our Holy Grail for that time. So let's go into detail here. The pictures found on the Mexican suitcase were identified as near Fraga. So there was always some interest about finding the right location of the pictures, because we knew that the Republican troops never reached Fraga. We in our town are 15 kilometers away from Fraga, so it had to be us or a very close by town near Aragon. The French publication Regard published a piece, and then a new piece showed up called The Greatest War Photographer of the World, Robert Capa. And I took that magazine with me. Someone gave it away for me last year. There you see 1938. Here you have the photo reportage. And there you see the pictures of Aitona, of my municipality in 1938. So I'm really excited to show it everywhere I go. So what happened? Between 2007 and 2009, Carlos Ramos, who was a professor of the Wellesley College of Boston, he was of the opinion that some of those pictures had been taken in a small town 5 kilometers away from Aitona called Soses. So, along with some colleagues, he tried to identify the rocks, and sometimes during his search, he went to Aitona to grab a quick coffee at the small bar in that location, and he showed the picture to the waiter, and the waiter said, "That's over here. It's right around the corner. Okay, let me take you there. I know that rock." And that's how Giuseppe Nazi Rodriguez and Carlos Ramos. Giuseppe Rodriguez was in charge of the audiovisual service of the province. They identified two of the pictures in Aitona. Also, Pere Montaña, who was a nephew of one of the soldiers that crossed the Segre River, he helped us identify more locations. Later on, we had Ferran Solsona and Joan Ramon Segura from the Memory Recovery group of Lleida. They identified more pictures. At the end of the day, the key was given by this historian of the Civil War, which is Paul Galito. He took the negatives and he analyzed them one by one, very comprehensively, systematically, identifying one by one all the locations of these pictures. In 2018, the Aitona City Council, I mean, it was a public initiative. I'm part of the technical staff of the City Council. There's no private money behind this. We have a mayor in our town, which is really focused on doing the best things possible for our town. We only have 2,500 inhabitants, as I said, so it's important for us to have history. Suddenly we discovered that we had a great deal of history right under our noses. So we contacted the one study center of the area, trying to recover these pictures, not because of Robert Capa, but trying to recover the historic memory of the area. In the Catalonia region, there are some other institutions that are better at this, but that year, the archaeology section of the province, of the municipality, we also had the audiovisual service of the province. I mean, all of them united forces to have a summer course at the University of Lleida, talking about the possibility to open up a project around these images that we had already identified. Fortunately, that same year in the Caixa Forum of Lleida, there was an exposition which was Capa in color. Cynthia was the curator of that exhibition, and I mean, we rushed to her, trying to talk to her and ask her, I mean, trying to manage the copyright aspects of those images. And I don't know, the Center of Photography of New York and then the Lleida province, they reached an agreement and they gave us those pictures to disseminate the Robert Capa route in our municipality, in Aitona. What did we do? Once we had identified the location of those pictures, we classified them into two parts. First, we had waiting for the attacks, taking refuge under the rocks of the Aitona Mount, then the progress made, and then people that were wounded. It is a 1 kilometer route, 1 hour, 15 minutes if you have a guide with you, but it is an open air route. Everyone can go there, and you can ask the city council to have some guides going with you, because everything, I mean, there are 15 panels, all of them in Catalan, Spanish, Occitan, French, and English, where we explain the specific geographical context, historical context, Robert Capa and Gerda Taro, and yeah, that's the path you can follow. It's very easy to do on your own. And let me say that we work with touristic guides that are volunteers. They are from our town. They come from family farmers. And every time they have to explain something about our town, they feel the pride. They feel proud about it. They document themselves. They look for additional information. Sometimes they go to my office and they say, I found a book mentioning some details about our town. And I mean, that happened with Robert Capa too. So we try and document ourselves. We do our own research. Yesterday, the great deal of research you put on the table, that was amazing for us about Robert Capa in Europe. So those guides, if you apply for them, you can have them. Sometimes we receive calls from people from Barcelona, from Zaragoza. So any day of the week, even during the weekends, we always have some guides from the town determined to help you understand everything. We're doing this after 2022. Every day we have documented more than 1,000 people. And that's what we can document, because Some people can just freely go and follow that path and read those panels, but we don't know about them. So the funny thing is that those mounds have been untouched since the Spanish Civil War. So you see the same features, the same rocks that were photographed by Capa, and people climbs over those rocks trying to find the position of the different soldiers, trying to copycat the situation shot by Capa. Same thing, same features. It hasn't changed at all. There's some erosion, but right now it is exactly as it was when Robert Capa visited it. So this is the design of this path. It has an easy access. You cannot do it by bike. You cannot do it by car. There is a park inside at the start of the path, and you can only do it by foot because you're walking through the mountains, trying to find those rocks where the soldiers took refuge. So after the creation of this path, one important thing for us was that, young people felt attracted by it. Yesterday, someone from the foundation said that in Germany, some children go with archaeologists and dig up their own past. So in a town close to our own town, there is a Bronze Age site, and the same thing happens. It is the children from secondary education or primary education that go there with archaeologists, and that's a very beautiful thing. For this path, right from the beginning, we tried to adapt it. We tried to have like an educational folder or dossier for the students of our municipality to be aware of the existence of this path. There are some schools of the area that visit us twice a year. And except for August, because the heat is unbearable, you have 11 months of the year where you can follow this path. And high schools are really interested in visiting that. We give them geographic, historic context, and we talk to them about who Robert Capa was. We also have materials with questions and answers, and some feedback forms, aiming for, we also show them some images of the path, asking them, okay, what does this represent for you? For us, Capa represented the dramatism of war, the bitterness of the battle, and the idle moments of war too. That's why photojournalism started with Capa, and we want people to understand that message. So we have those education materials. But in 2022, we also started hosting specific days in November for a specific meeting. And we have the Robert Capa meeting. First year it was focused on historic memory, but last year I deemed it important to showcase the binary between the photojournalist and the historian. You need both to understand the whole narrative, the whole story. And it was the 85th anniversary of Robert Capa's presence in Aitona. And we had Gervasio there. He came on November the 7th, exactly. He lectured many high school students from our province, and then we followed the path with them. And on the afternoon, again, a conference for the inhabitants of the town. It was a fantastic roundtable with historians and photojournalists. So that those contrasting views, it was amazing. Actually, last year, there's a guy called Lord Warren, who's a historian of the International Brigades, and every year, since we have this path, he comes over on November the 7th. Last year, he gave us this magazine, And we had Gervasio, and Gervasio said, did he give it to you just like that? And yeah, I mean, not to me, to the city council, right? But I mean, it's exciting. We were so excited about it. And this year, 2024, we are focusing on the Mexican suitcase. You are truly familiar with the Mexican suitcase. That's not our case. But suddenly, that was a discovery for us. Last year, on Sunday, we tried to recreate historically what had happened. We had people from different parts of Spain. We even had a person that looked like Capa. But we had the floodings of Valencia, and they did not have such an impact in our area, but it was unpractical, so we'll do it next year. Also, trying to look beyond, we have the first edition of the Robert Capa Awards. I was aware of the existence of the Robert Capa Festival because I looked into that. Okay, who's doing things about Capa in Spain? And I discovered the festival. But the approach was different. In our approach, we have created the first award for the best war photography of the last 2 years, and also an award for the best research on war in our area. This year, the best war photography was this one. The award was 2,000 euros. It was Alfonso Cabrera, and the best research study was for Reidó, which was a researcher on the health services of Catalonia during the civil war. We'll give them their award next Friday in Lleida, and I mean, I'll be happy to do this every year. We had 14 war photographs sent by and 6 research studies. And next year we'll have the second edition, and hopefully we'll grow. Here you have Noemir Riudor, best research study, and that's it. Thank you so much for your attention.
Buenas. Si al final
Well, we'll try and make questions at the end. Right now we're a bit tight with our agenda, so let me just invite the following speakers to the table here.
la siguiente ponente.
Our next speaker is Inmaculada Silas Márquez, and her presentation is Death of a Militiaman, Robert Capa in Espejo. She has a degree in business science and a degree in business administration and management. She worked for 7 years in the private sector, renewable energy sector in the area of administration, accounting and treasury. Since 2015, she has held the position of deputy mayor of the City Council of Espejo in Córdoba, leading the delegations of personnel, finance, consumption, and also managing the areas of tourism and equality. During the period 2019-2023, she held the position of deputy provincial HR and tourism in Córdoba. Thank you so much, Roberto. Good morning, everyone.
First and foremost, I would like to thank the foundation, to you, José María, for lending me this opportunity on behalf of the El Espejo municipality, the opportunity to be here, which is a small municipality, 3,200 inhabitants, barely 30 kilometers away from Córdoba, to the south of Córdoba. Accompanying my presentation, I'm accompanied by a graphic representation where you're going to be able to see everything I want to portray. A picture is worth 1,000 words. So you're going to see what we're doing from the public administration regarding the figure of Robert Capa and the picture of death of a militiaman. A lot has been said on this respect about the figure of Robert Capa, Gerda Taro, and their work. Lots of ink has been spent talking about this controversial figure and the active participation in the conflict in 36, and very especially in one of the most famous pictures, which is the death of a militiaman. one of the first testaments to war photo reporting. The Civil War started by mid-September 1936, and he and Gerda visited the battlefield in Córdoba, and they came close to El Espejo, and it was when they visited the municipality, when this became the scene, one of the most famous scenes for one of the most famous pictures. Espejo is an agricultural municipality, and we have around 3,200 inhabitants based on the olive tree crops and chorizo, morcilla, one of the most famous Spanish delicacies, we could say. Well known, blood sausage and chorizo are well known, and this is the forging of the history of Robert Capa, and they take the iconic picture called The Death of a Militiaman, and it has been a boost to the touristic activity at Espejo. And Asa del Reloj is a cult place for photograph lovers. The Asa de Redom is located in the mountains of Córdoba, with the mountain range. And the background allow us to have a fantastic landscape and to identify the different spaces in the picture. Thanks to the Mirador project of Robert Capa, we receive and we welcome many tourists in that place where this picture, this iconic symbolic picture was taken. Everything begins after the research put in after 2009 by Fernando Valenzuela, archaeologist, and Mr. Obrero Brea, another photographer. And we can see that the series of photographs between Gerda Taro and Robert Capa, they were taken at the outskirts of Espejo. Once we identified the picture of the death of the militiaman, we undertook some series of works in order to give acquaintance to this place and to identify the different places of the location of that picture. And in 2013, we initiated the first awareness-raising campaigns with the presentation of the book Memoria of Capa. And this is part of the In Memoriam Robert Capa workshop held in 2013. In 2014, we held the first week of Robert Capa in Espejo, and this coincides with the 60th anniversary of his presence in Indochina. And in 2016, we have the third edition and then a fourth edition, and we have held different training workshops organized by the municipality and another association in the defense of the democratic memory, through which we want to raise awareness about the figure of Robert Capa, also with a touristic purpose and also for the sake of preserving the historic memory of our people and of our town. And we want to shed importance to the dissemination campaign held because we want to have the students become acquainted with their history so that they themselves become responsible and take ownership of disseminating how important Espejo was in 1936 and in the emblematic picture which was taken of the death of a militiaman. And these workshops have been held frequently in order to raise awareness among our students in primary and secondary schools. And in 2020, we present at Fitur the book on Robert Capa, and the famous picture was the death of a militiaman, which was taken in our town. And as you can see, this video portrays what was presented back then at the Fitur. Maybe we can put up the sound, perhaps.
A ver si pudiéramos poder, no con sonido.
Corría el año 2007.
It was back in the year 2007 when Richard Whelan, the most well-known biographer by Robert Capa, published This is War, the first work where we could see the image with a mountain range in the background, who Willen identified as part of the Militiaman series. It was the first time that a landscape was related to the famous picture.
La imagen
The picture in which the militiamen were facing to the front was key, so that in 2009, archaeologist and writer Fernando Valenzuela, accompanied by the photographer Juanma Obrero Larrea, located finally the death of the militiaman at the outskirts of Espejo. The focus was in the south of the province, in the Castro del Rio Espejo area, and the death of the militiaman, in spite of all the polemicism, was located there. From that moment onwards, the different hypotheses that were accepted were tumbling down, and the municipality of Espejo, gaining more frequent visits by experts, started gaining more ground. A panel was put up in the place where Robert Capa took the picture, and in which we can show and attest to the new location. Is right now witnessing a touristic attraction point. There, in front of the castle silhouette, we had the upsurge of one of the most iconic and impactful pictures of the 20th century. So that's the video which was presented in the year 2020 at the FITUR, at the tourism fair, which is held every year in Madrid, in order to continue to disseminate the Asa del Reloj as the place where Robert Capa took the picture of the death of the militiaman. We continue with the work, and in 2021 it was when the town hall, we erected a commemorative monument commemorating the figure of the death of the militiaman. It's a bronze statue by José María Serrano Carrer, representing the militiaman right when he was about to be shot down. And you can see the picture there, where this figure is erected and where they took the picture. And also, there is a limited space where there is a trekking tour, which is called the Path of the Memory Lane. It's like a memory lane going through the different points where you can visualize the different locations in the famous picture, or any other picture of the same film, comprising 40 pictures in that area. It's comprises 3.3 kilometers. It's a circular path, ideal for those people who would like to explore the legacy. And we revisit the areas from the lens of Robert Capa, and we have astonishing views, and it allows us to reflect on the historical importance. Through the different stops of that path, you can visualize different points on which Gerda Taro and Robert Capa immortalized. The Caparrael, the Molinillo, Casarilla, or the ruins lanes are some of the still pictures that were taken back then in September 1936. And as a complement to the job that has been done in the recent years, the town hall has created a small museum room exhibiting documentary materials that illustrate the context in which the picture was taken. And they link photo reporting to our municipality in Espejo. And with this, we wanted to give some flavor of what we have been working on from the town hall since the year 2009 gave us the discovery of the location, and we could attest to the fact that the location for the picture of Death of the Militiaman was Asa del Reloj. And it's a touristic claim, a touristic attraction, and we try to give the importance our municipality deserves during that time of the Civil War. And it is an iconic picture, and it is said that this picture gives rise to more photo reporting.
Muchas gracias, Inmaculada.
Thank you very much, Inmaculada. Now we move on to the last speaker in this round table, Fernando Alcalde, who is going to present Robert Capa in La Desbandada, graphic memory of the crime of the road from Málaga to Almería. Fernando is a graduate in geological sciences, a civil servant, senior technician in environmental management in the City Council of Montreal. He is founding member of the Association 14 of April for the Recovery of Historical Memory of the Coast of Granada and co-author of the books For the Freedom of the People, Itineraries Through the Remains of the Southern Front of the Province of Granada, The War in the Sierra del Lújar and the War in Alpujarras, author of the book Las Brigadas Internacionales en la Desbandada, the photographs of Robert Capa and Gerda Taro. He's a regular contributor to the section Memory of the newspaper El Independiente de Granada and director of the documentaries Hasta Pronto Hermanos, Las Brigadas Internacionales de la Desbandada, Montreal, Memoria, La Transición, and Memoria and Media Voz, curator of the exhibitions Taro and Capa at the front of Malaga, and the images of the international brigades and Seguir Siendo, deportees from the south of Granada in the Nazi extermination camps, militant of the Memorialist Collective and promoter of the Memorialist marches in memory of the victims of the Desbandada since 2004, and member of the organizing team of the Memory Film Festival La Desbandada since 2013.
Buenas tardes.
Good morning. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting us. It's been said many times, but any who has researched Capa and Taro has dreamed of having days like these where we have invited, where we are learning so many things. I think it was Cynthia yesterday that said something in the same line, along the same lines. I'm not an expert in Capa or Taro. I'm just a researcher of historic memory of the association April the 14th. Every Spaniard knows that that has to do with the day that the Civil War started here. We've been working since 2003. On the recovery of historical memory of the people that sacrificed their lives, that were vexed, tortured, only for defending democracy the way we understand it nowadays. That's what we do in our association. A writer told us the no-land people, the people that are really that lived afraid in horror times. We are in Almeria, Malaga, and Granada coasts. That's where the troops opposed to Franco endured for a longer period. And there is an area called, and there's a military operation called La Desbandada, the disbandment. And it has to do with the Franco troops' advancement to Malaga. The population had to flee. Hundreds of people that were massacred by bombings from the air, from the sea. The German troops were part of it. That's the object of our research. And that's where we met Taro and Capa. That's where we crossed paths with their figures. Let me give you some context, because otherwise these images make no sense, because we're really interested in the historic memory of the so-called disbandment. This is one photo shot by Capa in Almeria, even if it has been published as Murcia, but this is Almeria. There you see a grandmother with granddaughter. This could have been my grandmother and my mother, because they were at the same age in the same place. I mean, it could be anyone's grandmother of the 300,000 people that had to flee Malaga. That's how important this is. That's the impact of this legacy and of everything we have found. We have identified more than 200 pictures linked to this event. About the context, this is early February 1937, when the Franco troops tried to occupy the city of Malaga. They basically want to occupy the harbor because it is a threat for the Straits of Gibraltar, and that would allow them to have provisions coming to the Franco troops and not for the Republic. In January 1937, we had Italian international brigades. We also have the Italians controlling the air area of the Straits of Gibraltar. It was an envelope in military terms. In blue, you see Franco troops with the African troops, commanded by Francisco de Bourbon and de la Torre, far cousin of the king, Alfonso XIII. But there you see how they tried to occupy Malaga. And Motril, to the right, the Franco troops, commanded by Fernández de Espinosa, had to envelop the reminders of the Republican troops. And as they moved forward, the population of those cities started to concentrate in Malaga. So early February, we had more than 80,000 people, refugees in Malaga, especially women and children, because the men had been mobilized. They were at the front. So these people reaching Malaga started to tell about the horrors they had gone through, the rapings, the massacres. So that, together with the speeches by Capo de Llano on the radio every day, telling every woman in Malaga that she would be raped. I mean, this terror can only be imagined nowadays. And suddenly, the Franco troops are at the gates of Malaga, and everyone disbands the city. And the only place to do that was the coastal road towards Almeria. They started fleeing the city on foot. There you see Hassan Say's image of the road. They were massacred by the Spanish troops and the German planes too. And to a lesser degree, the Germans, mostly the Spanish airplanes. And they, from the sea, they started bombarding the whole coast and the population trying to flee Malaga. Let me check one thing. I'm gonna play a brief video, short video, 2 minutes, about some of the testimonies that were recorded by Alfonso Domingo in a documentary made in 2006, because after the 70th anniversary. I mean, we were terrified. They were bombing us from the sea. The planes flying were bombing us too. They were shooting at the road. I mean, we could see the dead bodies. We saw women with small babies. from people that are still alive, and that was the origin of the meeting we decided to organize. I mean, families knew each other, but in 2007, after the 70th anniversary of this event, we started organizing some events, trying to give more visibility to these events, specific marches following the same road. And now new organizations have joined us in this effort, and every year we have this march. Along with these marches, let me see, Jesus Majada recovered the images taken by the medical staff of some photographers, and an exhibition was made, a very impactful one, very well accepted. It was really well accepted throughout Andalusia, giving more visibility to what happened. These are the pictures they took, but they cannot show what the witnesses are telling us, because this was close to Almeria. This is the people already reaching the end point of the march. After many days of not eating, they were not eating, they were not drinking. I mean, but the real horrors were not documented in photographs. As a consequence, there has been a revisionist movement by some historians denying the factuality of this, despite the great deal of testimonies we have. They are saying that the ships would not bomb the civil population, even if a month ago a large bomb that did not blow up has been found in one of the lands there, in one of the terrains. So, I mean, our organization decided to research the information around this event in order to somehow have a better basis for our discourse. And we started researching the international brigades. We had people from Madrid helping us, especially Severiano Montero, helping us out. And during that research, in the archive of socio-political history of Russia, we found Alfred Kantorovich's book about the military units that started the counteroffensive from the Republican side, trying to stop the Franco troops. And that's where Robert Capa's picture appeared. Do you see Calahonda? Notice? And I mean, the researchers knew about it, but we were far from it. We were not familiar with that, and suddenly we found that. This is from 1938. In the second edition of this book in 1957, if I'm recalling right, you cannot see this image anymore. You can only see it's only in the 1938 edition. Okay, so we said Capa was here, so we started reaching Almedo's book, Whelan's book, all the books. We started documenting ourselves, researching on the international brigades, and we started we tried to find the piece that Capa and Taro wrote about Malaga's occupation. And here you see the women, the children reaching Almeria. As you know, these pieces try to make an impact on the French public opinion, trying to exert some pressure on the French government so that they could break the non-alignment position they had decided. What time do we have? Okay, I have only 1 minute. Oh, so finally, we have, thanks to Ciencias cooperation, and thanks to Michel Lefebvre about what Carlos Serrano did. And then we located the 3 series of pictures taken by Capa and Taro. One about the Jaime the First ship in Almeria, second series about the Malaga refugees, and third one on the Chapayer battalion. That was the one where Capa was embedded. So very briefly, this is what we did with all those images. I need one more minute. I need one more minute. What can I say?
¿Cómo? No. No, la mala calidad de...
Some images are low quality because sometimes we only have like 2 centimeter images.
Voy a ir adelantando, no tengo tiempo. Bueno, por fin.
Okay, so here you see even the tree was identified. And in some cases, as you can see, some of the images that were located, I mean, thanks to our contacts in Terrefit, we could find out about the location. So, especially we were interested in this image, an iconic image taken by Taro. I think everyone understands this is the Republic, a young woman on a horse looking at the horizon. So all the news was saying the Republican troops have fallen, but this woman represents the Republic. These are the exact points where Capa's photos were taken. I mean, identifying the location of these images allowed us to, I mean, through the shadows, there you see the long shadow, early morning in Agua Dulce, the vertical shadows in Castelldeferro, there you see Calahonda at dusk. So all the images were taken the same day, and that day could only be February 16 of 1937. That was the moment where the Chapayet battalion occupied Calahonda, and on the 17th they were taken to the Alpujarras region. It could only be that day. We could also know that those images were not well known, were not well disseminated, because they reached Almeria between the 13th and the 14th, and those images were not published in many different places, but they were used to illustrate other fronts. This image was taken in Almeria, but here it says a Basque mother is crying. This image taken in Calahonda, the Basque front. This image illustrated the Cordoba front. This is the Aragon front line. We have detected some mistakes. For example, these are the same. This is the same place, but here you see it as a Red Cross worker, and he was. But here you see a sailor from the Jaime I ship. And finally, doing our own research, we found out that Hemingway's research for Whom the Bell Tolls, Robert Capa shows him some images for him to document himself. And there you see the young militian of Calahonda, the militia woman, Maria. We know who she was. We know who she is. She is from Calahonda. I mean, there you see what was taken and the movie itself. So all this was the object of an exhibition thanks to the ICP Corporation in Almeria. Rafael Doctor was key, but 2 days before the inauguration, he was dismissed. So now historic memory is out of the agenda of the regional government in Andalusia. Once the far-right political party has won. But here we have Rafael Alberti's text dedicated to Taro and Capa.
No, sí, claro que yo estoy en tu sitio.
Bueno, pues no tenemos tiempo.
We don't have time for questions because we're lagging 15 minutes behind the schedule, so we move on to the next presentation, next roundtable.
Espera, que todavía está... Ya está. Ah, coño, perdón.
Está ahí, ¿no? Bien, pues vamos a continuar. Gracias a todos por su...
We're going to continue. Thank you very much for your presentations and attendance. This roundtable, entitled "The Footprints of the Hungarian North American Photographer in Madrid," is going to see the presentations by José Latoa Fernández Luna and Julio García Mouton. And the first presentation is called "The Finding of Perioncelli 10 and the Photographers of the Graphic Information Brigade of the UGT," and the second one, "The Madrid of Capa, Taro, and Chim." I'm going to present José Latoa, Spanish photographer, researcher, friend of ours, whose performance has focused on the field of documentary photography, specializing in that of heritage and archaeological excavations, being a reference in this field to the point of having been dedicated in 2017 a monographic exhibition to his work of the last 40 years at the National Archaeological Museum. He has been a teacher in different courses in his specialty, as well as the FT School of Photography and Film, and he has also worked in the creation of the museography of different exhibitions, such as the Permanent Museum of the Congress of Deputies, the Parliament. Always related to photography, he has assembled an important collection of cameras, you can see some of them, as well as the photography of the 19th and 20th century, highlighting the collection of negatives of the baptized by him collection of chronicles of the rearguard, around which his lecture will focus. And then Julio García Mouton, the author of Twitter account of Penny Paul, dedicated to the historic photography of Madrid. In his network, he spreads and disseminates the work of great photographers such as Robert Capa, Gerda Taro, or Tim. He has published articles at the magazine Frente de Madrid of the group de Estudios Frente de Madrid, where his multimedia map of the city's defenses during the Civil War stands out, and he's also an active contributor to Gefrema's Facebook page focused on Madrid at war. I give the floor to Mr. José Latova. Okay, good morning, almost afternoon by now. Thanks to the Foundation for inviting us over and allowing this event to take place, and especially those of you attending this lecture. It's really comforting to know that there's people interested in the same thing that all of us take interest in, and at the same time we shape up some corpus of people with a different perspective on the past, but bringing together information and feelings about our work. The raison d'être of these Chronicles of the Rearguard book, when talking about Robert Capa, is that this allowed at a certain moment in time to find the Pirandello 10 location, the one we visited yesterday. The collection arrived to me 30 years ago, collection of original negatives, which makes it of the utmost importance, this collection, because if you have a first generation of negatives, it allows you to have the maximum quality of visualization and rendering of images, and you can go to the details that we have been talking about, the smaller details that allow you to locate and analyze everything. And at the same time, some years ago, we have the Beatriz de las Heras book in 2009, and it was really comforting for me, that reading, because of our professional background and how I have been working in archaeology. When we started working with this material, I'm not a historian, I'm not a specialist, but I applied the same methodology we applied in archaeological digging. And there's two main elements to that. One is the chronological order from the past backwards, and then to be able to identify the locations, the places, the artifacts, the people, and everything happening in those scenes. And when Beatriz publishes that magnificent book on images of a city under siege, it was an acknowledgement of that work that we had been conducting during the 12 years preceding to that milestone. These are the negatives that arrived to my hand through a complex world, through the purchasing of a collection of magnificent pictures from the 19th century in Spain, pictures of architecture, and whose owner, senior architect, sold to me, or presented them to me because it was never clarified, together with a camera that belonged to his father. To my surprise, we found the pictures in the typical film roll inserted into some papers, which are the artillery notes where they wrote down the angles of the shooting, etc. And there was something fundamental to apply these archaeological methodologies, which was that we had the numberings of the negatives. I had the luck to work with old photographers where they numbered the cues, and if the director was not interested in reproducing some of them, he would scratch them off in the emulsion. And by doing that, we were capable of putting order in the rolls. that range from 01 to an unknown number, and for which the first roll we have available is number 3, and the last one is 71. In addition to that, there was a second coincidence, fierce coincidence, because once we had the chronological order set up, we found some photograms with that stratum highlighting each photogram, where we could see calendar. So we could obtain the absolute date that would streamline, as part of that itinerary, each and every one of the moments or milestones or the temporary intervals that correspond to the shooting of the photographs, which might be cross-referenced later on with additional pieces of information. It's also important to highlight how the evolution took place of that photograph in Madrid. That picture, which in principle corresponded to sensitive films, all of them nitrate-based and German manufacturing, like the Pankine. And it runs out of stock in Madrid, so we have the arrival of some other nitrate films from Kodak. And judging by the numbers, the serial numbers of the film, we could see that many of them had been manufactured at the Kodak factory located in the UK. We don't know exactly how that film could enter in such large amounts to Madrid. So we put some order in the material, we put it under conservation measures, and very importantly, we run an analysis with a series of tables where we analyzed parameters like what was the content of the picture, in which moment, with a possible hypothesis of date or intervals. And we had also unveiled which had been used in different publications. We made different tables with the kinds of photographs, the quality of the pictures. You have some cameras that were probably used and which come to show the great difficulties they had. Well, photographers are now not used to these large dimensions and, who are used to large screens and who might not be used to smaller sized viewers. And sometimes you need to use several viewers simultaneously. So based on this, we could see that the theme of the photograms varied with the chronology of the photography. At the beginning, what causes a great impact, because the dates of the reels is dated October, November 1936, and the last one, number 71, the last film, gathers the mowing and activities in June that year. So the theme begins with a great impact with the siege or assault to Madrid in the final months of 36, and the destruction and havoc wreaked by the first bombing in the city of Getafe and the artillery bombing that we don't allude to too much, which according to the studies, so the falling of 1,500 shells on a daily basis from the Cerro de los Ángeles Mount or the Cerro de Gravitas Mount at the Casa de Campo. So the next thing we conducted was to run an in-depth analysis, because we had the chronology and we tried to identify the places where the pictures had been taken. We came to realize that up until that moment, photographs, as we saw, are misdocumented in terms of mislocation or the characters portrayed. So this gave rise to the identification with pristine clarity where the pictures were shot. And there are a lot of remnants in Madrid, and today we could take the same picture with the same shot when it was possible, because we were not prevented from taking that picture by a traffic light or a bar terrace. We have been talking about emotions a great deal, and 30 years ago we did not have the digital world. We had some degree of digitization, but it was not so enrooted in the work of the photographer. So I stepped into my lab with the negatives, which were in poor condition. Once we had restored them little by little, when we amplified them, we started revealing them in the fantastic size, the traditional size of 18 times 24. And you got a feeling that you were revealing and unveiling certain scenes, certain situations, people, and places that I acknowledged, because I could see pictures of the neighborhood I was born in, and which no one had seen in the previous 70 years, and it was thrilling. And the first thing I saw, when we did not think about who was in the picture, I could see that there were two photographers, two hands. One was more experienced, more efficient, with a great view of close-ups and framing, with a clear-cut experience as photographer, and another one with a different vision and who made some mistakes, and you can see that in the tables, some gross faults at the beginning, as you can see. So you can see the two pictures of this militiaman of the Basque Brigade, the only Basque brigade that goes to Madrid, going through Somosierra, going through the port, and this is taken almost at the same time from two standpoints. Secondly, suddenly we see the photograms with a photographer appearing there on the scene, and in the picture he is a political commissioner with different chauffeurs and different characters of the mobile brigade that pertain to the UGT trade union, the brigade of the machine gun at the square of Alcalá de Henares, in a place that existed recently, until recently, the Becerril almond factory. So, talking to one of the most acknowledged experts in photograph, who is Valentin Sama, you can see the camera hanging in the photographer, and he was using a Contax photograph camera. Sorry, this is similar to the one that you can see here, and that gave us certain clues. We're talking about a photographer who was a really great photographer, who is using the most sophisticated camera in the market, technologically more advanced than the Leica 2. The camera in Madrid cost 11,000 pesetas back in the day in Madrid, which was almost half the price of a Cadillac. It was really sophisticated material and high-tech material, not in the hands of just anyone. So David Trueba, in the first paper published in the Sunday edition of the El País newspaper, with a magnificent test that I'll always be grateful to, we can see our photographer there underneath with a camera, and we can see the picture that he took with it. And they're discharging the oranges coming from the Levante region to the Delicias station in Madrid. I don't have much time here, but we discovered that this character was Antonio Gavilán Graña. He was a photographer who was born in Jaén, from a railway professional family, and he started working in Morocco back in the day at the end of the 20s, and he has a study which he opened until 1933 when he comes to Madrid. He was an experienced photographer, and in the book that we published, we could catalogue and gather and collect many pictures that he took in his studio in Africa, in Morocco. Both pictures are 5 months apart, and he's a smart, elegant man with his tie, but he looks a bit more weary, and he's suffering from the effects of the siege of Madrid. And we can see the affiliation card, where we could see that he pertained to the Sociedad Obrera, a trade union, and he was at some point the president of the UGT photography section of the trade union. and he signed the photographic minutes when the government keeps Alfonso's study in Gran Via. They basically seize his studio, so he signs the minute. This is the camera he used and how we can identify it. So the second photographer is a bit less well known. It took us a while to spot him, but through one of the pictures that we can see in the Corazón de María church, currently occupied by a different church and formerly located in front of the Princesa Street, we found a publication of the accompaniment. It's not Capa and Gerda Taro. We have Antole Gamedangaña and Alfredo Consuegra Linares, his companion, and quite likely it is him, and it is his brother-in-law. His wife is a trade union militant, and he goes to the exile through the Stanbrook, and when he dies in Algiers, she continues to live there, and she goes back to Spain, and she dies in complete and utter poverty because her family doesn't want to know anything about her and doesn't want to look after her. So his brother-in-law was part of the Graphic Society, and both were clear militants of UGT, the trade union. Through the study of Valentin Sama, we believe that he's using either a Leica one like this one, which is the second model of this brand, or the model that appeared in 1935, which is the Leica 2 that appears to the right. To me, cameras are of the utmost importance. Why? Because as a photographer, I believe that cameras are providing us with information on the tool, on the element, thanks to which the photographer can establish a rapport to the reality he wants to portray. And we haven't paid much attention to that regarding war reporting or photo reporting. The camera is like the microscope of the scientist. It allows you to select a fragment, and just a fragment on that reality, so that you can focus your attention, do a close-up to focus or unfocus. The camera, in other words, is the tool that builds the image. Well, maybe not as much the camera, but the objective of the camera. And this has been very little studied regarding the cameras that we have been using. And sometimes they are mentioned, but not much is said about that camera element. And Contax had a wide range of lenses, ranging from 28 to 135, and bigger lenses, bigger camera lenses. And I could swear that 90% of the pictures that are taken by all photo reporters using the universal Barnac technology are using the normal camera lens, 50 millimeters, 45 millimeters, which in theory provide with a perspective really similar to human perspectives, and which establish a really good relation between the photographer and the object. This is a study which is pending, and it's essential to go deeper into that. And secondly, we're always talking about the archives, which are really important in order to preserve images. But curiously enough, we don't preserve the cameras of these photographers. I have done a study on the archaeologists and cameras, and I have found surprises. We don't know which cameras they used, and we had only preserved from the most important photographers, ranging from the Carter photographers in Egypt to the Spanish photographers. Barely a few cameras have been preserved with their own negatives as a testimony to the tools that they have used. Just like, for example, we have the palette used by Zuloaga to draw his paintings.
Es muy importante también tener en
It's also highly relevant to take into consideration the difficulties and challenges they encountered. We're not going to delve into the details, but Madrid is divided at some point into two areas: the frontline area, militarized area, and another area where the civils displaced from those areas of the front are displaced, and they live in different neighborhoods, and they gather lots of people that are fleeing from the advance of the rebel soldiers. It's important because there is an institutionalization of the management of the photographers, taking into consideration security. They need to be registered, and the access is granted depending on whether or not they have been authorized and registered. And out of the 5,000 photographers that are accounted for during the siege, between 36 to 39 in Madrid, barely 100 of photographers were granted access, and they needed to have a permit. The camera needed to be identified, and they needed to have the authority by each and every one of the sections of the front line whenever they wanted to access that militarized area. And it has been alluded to by the Robert Capa's visit to Toledo, and how he needed to appear before the military quartier in order to register himself as photographer and seek for authorization. So our photographers are working independently. These are strange figures because they are not part of the pool of the photographers, but they work with their own car. They work with their own political commissioner and chauffeur, and they move around independently. And the pictures recreate many pictures of some other photographers, like the Mayo brothers that have been published. They're similar, but they're never dated with the same date in the same places, and normally they move around independently. And with which purpose? They photograph depending on the moment, either the destruction at the beginning of the war and the rebuilding of the road uniting Madrid with Alcalá de Henares, through the field where Mateo Morales, the famous anarchist that attempted a coup against the king, was assassinated, or the mowing which was portrayed because we needed to do the harvesting of the wheat because they were famished, and a lot of the population was fleeing, and we needed to introduce some wheat and bread through the trains into the city. And it is also important that we discovered that through a series of photographs that they were working for the UGT trade union, and that allowed them for this kind of movements. And as I have 5 minutes remaining, let's move on to the nitty-gritty details. So we have brigades moving around under the auspices of the UGT trade union, the effort in the war, the unloading of materials, and this is used in order to do political propaganda through many of the images, as we have seen in a postcard or in the documentation of the minutes of the meetings held by the trade union in Valencia with the constitution of the government in Valencia. So they use those pictures also for billboards, and they identify, and we can identify characters. This is the front line of Cecilio García Iruelas. He was shot dead, and he is present in one of those pits in front of the El Escorial cemetery. And it's very emotional because when you can see the newspaper he's folding, he's reading the news on the shooting down of Lorca, the poet. And we can identify some civilian and military main characters and a great deal of places portrayed in those photographs. The effort of war, the manufacturing of artillery. Chronicles of the rear guard. This is the only picture we have of the true front line in Madrid, taken from Moncloa, and through that small hole you can see the ammo foundation in the background. This is the sequence of the film that the Peroncelli House gave us. It begins with a picture of the inside of the Modelo prison, the portrait of a captain of the vast brigade between Moncloa and the Plaza de España, handling the artillery. And on this map of Madrid, I wanted to show and overlay their itinerary, moving from the Spanish Square to Entrevías, and then they go back to Atocha, back again, which is the end of the reel, the end of the film roll. Here, we can see the street map of Madrid, and we can see the Peroncelli Street, and we have overlaid this in red, the pre-existing buildings back in the day, out of which, in addition to the Peroncelli house, we have several of them remaining. This set of pictures, and here I don't have my colleague Martin Escudero, who was the true founder, the true finder. He called me up at 10 p.m. telling me, as I told you yesterday, I have located that inside the Peroncelli 10th Street. So that's the complete report of what was photographed throughout those days. So one morning, midday, approximately, with all the remains, the church became the Ateneo, or theater for the communists, between Entrevías and Vallecas. And this is the picture that took us there. We can see Madrid in the background, and to the left, the Casa de Campo. So we used Google with different maps, and we could hypothesize the location. We take those pictures are taken not by Antonio Gavilán, but by his companion, because he appears in one of the pictures, and when he runs out of a film, he moves on to the next one. And they usually charged or loaded the film roll in the back room, and they took out 36 pictures of the Barnack 136 Barnack systems. So they load up the first roll and the second one. We have seen on some occasions like bright circle, because they had a retractile system and they preserved the roll like that. And you could take it in your pocket. And this is the second roll with the Peroncelli houses, which are being used for the identification of the houses, etc. So these hotel remains without any windows or doors, and this leads us to some approaches which are subject to controversy. And then we also have some other pictures. We have another film roll which is misnumbered or renumbered from the Alfonso XII Street. The fence to the left corresponds to the Botanic Park, and to the right an existing building that hosted the American consulate. You can see the flag. And then the next photogram corresponds to the lorry that you could see in the previous pictures, which corresponds to the Lister Brigade hair salon truck with a blurred picture. It's the B photographer that we call, mixed with some other pictures that we are analyzing, because we don't understand why this picture, which is correctly identified in theory, but we need to check it because it might be misidentified as corresponding to the Tetuan bombardment. But then we go back to the inside of that hair salon truck of that brigade, and it finishes with these pictures as well. So this is the documentation that we have on the first bombardment after the Getafe bombardment of the 26th, if I'm not wrong, in which Entrevías was in the path of the entryway of the bombardment. They entered through the south, and they went through El Pardo to go to the airport of El Pardo. And these pictures are dated after 1938, and we can see the fortification of the Entrevías area with borderline reaching to Villaverde. It comprises 20 kilometers with more than 100 kilometers worth of trenches being dug. So these are the this is the approach that we had with the presence of the children in an area which was miniaturized and inhabitable, but probably it was we had some dwellers in the area corresponding to Entrevías. So we have some doubts that we're not going to delve into right now. The 23rd of October, there is the bombardment of Getafe. On the 6th of November, there is the seizing of Parla, Carabanchel, and Villaverde. Lister retreats and sets up the defenses at the left river bank of Manzanares. And from the 8th until the 23rd of November, the assault plan is executed by Varela. And then Lister is transferred to the university area. And until the 18th of November, Capa does not come. He arrives on the 18th of November and he leaves by December the 5th. And Regas publishes for the first time this photography on the 10th of December. So if it would have been bombarded from the 7th, Capa does not take a picture until those weeks, these few weeks that we know for sure that he is here in Madrid on his own. And he could have taken those pictures. So from the 18th of December, the picture is disseminated in the front page of Zucker all around the world. And we have some dates of our film rolls number 12 and 13, and we believe that the interval of shooting is between the 3rd of December 1936 and the 13th of February 1937. And then we also have the Mayo brother pictures, and we know that there's a young person, a soldier, passing by, which has been performed in February 1937, and that would be all. The idea about it, and we're seeing it these days, is that we can contribute with pieces of information that is not just valid to locate people and places, but by doing that, we are retrieving maybe not just historic memory, but the personal memory, the individual memory, which stems from two places. First, the memory that you have built up with your own experiences in life, and secondly, the memory that we have the obligation of imparting to our kids. I've been born after the post-war, and I have my own memory of the Civil War built on the few reports of the people. And I was born in the 50s, and our parents didn't talk about the war, or barely talked about the war. And my memory has been built on that storytelling and the keenness to build something. Every time we publish a scientific or a literature book, every time we do our work, we're building the personal memory of those that will come after, which ultimately leads to the building of the memory of society.
Muchísimas gracias, José. Extraordinaria la explicación condensada.
Thank you very much. A very condensed explanation. Sorry for the lack of time, but hey, it's amazing. Now we're going to have Julio García Mutón, Capa, Taro, and Chim's Madrid, a map. Let me just make a comment on the last words of Jose here. With Fernando Alcalde, we had emotion. Fernando showed a fantastic video of all those people giving their testimony. And I didn't want to say it, but my father, he's 90 years old, and he was bombed by all the cruise ships that were there. But anyway, Jose made a reference to exile. The worst part for these people was the inner silence, the inner exile, and people had not spoken about that. But I mean, my parents, my mother, she had 8 siblings, and once they reached the border, they had to split. One of them crossed the border, one of them continued fighting because they had been levied. I mean, those people could only meet together 30 years afterwards with completely different lives. So the damage was, it could not be repaired. The inner exile. Give me 1 second. Let me also let me also vindicate here another type of exile, which is the exile of Spaniards in Africa. We tend to forget that the intellectual exile went to South America. There is a massive exile going to France, but there's also an exile into Africa, the French protectorate, into Algeria and Iran. And there were 32 concentration camps of Spanish exiled people. And only people from Alicante here are studying that, led by Elian Ortega, and they are providing us with valuable information about that. It is a forgotten exile, apart from the inner exile that we have lived throughout our lives. Okay, go ahead, Julio. Thank you all. Thank you to the Anastasio de Gracia Foundation for organizing this amazing roundtable. Thank you too to the users, the followers of the Twitter account at PennyPaul, and the followers of the Geografías Facebook page. Both Twitter and Facebook were really precious for me. I could learn a lot. I could also locate pictures that I'm going to show you right now. I will present this map. There you have the link or the QR code. This is a map of the pictures taken in Madrid by Robert Capa and Gerda Taro and Shim. We have more pictures by Robert Capa, almost 150. Made by Shim, we have more than 100, and from Taro we have 55. It's very easy to use. It's done by Google Maps. You can have it in your cell phone. It doesn't have to be special at all. Every phone works. And an additional advantage allows you to link it to Google Street View. You click on the specific points there that are marked, and you can move around with Google Street View. The sources for this work are diverse in nature, mainly the ICP that has a vast collection of pictures, but some of them were not the ICP, at least publicly published. We have Negrin's suitcase, Mexican suitcase, different magazines, newspapers, and to the best of my knowledge, I also had access to the specific series that were held by Capa and Taro. Let me show you the map. The number 1 shows the map as a whole. In dark red you see Capa, in purple Taro, and in green you have Shim. You click on them and you can see it. You can click on the images, and then you can have a larger size for the picture. To the left you have what can be seen in number 4. There you see the name of the author, a description made in Spanish unless the photo was part of the ICP archive. If it was part of the ICP archive, I add the English text. They are not direct translations. The Spanish text was done by me. There's also a link to the ICP web page where that image can be found, and also the Google Street View. You see the number 5 where you see the house we visited, that was visited by you yesterday in Peyroncelli 10. So this is very useful for you to wander around Madrid and find out new pictures taken. I think this is a post photo. These are very happy soldiers, but to the right you can see people that are completely alienated to that euphoria you can see to the left. This photo was taken during Capa's first visit in Madrid between August and September in 1936. Madrid was a very quiet town at the time. It was not the hectic town that it became some months later. This is from Negrin's suitcase. This is the actual Negrin's suitcase, a Louis Vuitton suitcase. It was found along with 97 pictures of Capa, Taro, and Chim. Apparently, it was given to Negrin in Bordeaux, in France, but in 1939, the suitcase was given to the Swedish embassy in Vichy, in the occupied French. And it was in Sweden until 1969. In that year, it was given back to Spain. And the documentation inside the suitcase is in Spain, and the pictures cannot be digitally accessed. Since these days we're dealing with Capa, even if the map includes Taro and Chim, I will only include Capa's pictures. But this one by Taro, Children Having Some Soup, is very iconic. In the center image is also done by Taro. But these are images where you say, okay, I will never locate them. I mean, this is inside a specific facility. I will never found it. But we were lucky enough. In the central image, you see some boys and girls washing their feet. And you see specific tiles. Inside the Mexican suitcase, we have Chim's photos where the same tiles appear on the wall. That's why we know this is the same place. But we're even luckier. It's not only that Chim and Taro were at the same time in the same place. Maybe not at the same time, but it was exactly the same place. In their pictures, maybe they are not showing the same children, but we were lucky enough that in one of the pictures that we found in the Negrin suitcase, and there you can see the name of the orphan house. Exactly that. These were orphan guys. It had like 24 orphans. We don't know if this is really an orphan because it increased its capacity and children of militia people started to go there. So it doesn't have to necessarily be an orphan. Let me give you some context. These are historic images about Madrid while it was being bombed. In our previous images, we saw a quiet situation. Everyone was happy, but Franco troops reached Madrid in October, November, and there we have the air bombings. To the left, you see the number of days that, according to the fire workers of Madrid, where bombings happened. One day in October, but during November 1936, which is the moment when Capa was there, for 23 days bombings happened. And December, 10 air bombings. The number decreases. And I mean, artillery was constantly attacking the city, but not many air bombings happened after that. We have located them in time, and they coincide with the time when Capa was there. In the second trip made by Capa, Taro was not there. In the center image, you see a map of all the air bombings. This is contemporary from the bombings. This is from an exhibition done in Barcelona in 1937. The original plan has been lost. I contacted with the Catalan authorities, but there is, I mean, they still have that image, but the original map cannot be found. There you see that the bombings are concentrated here in Arguelles neighborhood, or so in the center of the city. Fewer bombs in the Salamanca bombing, the rich part of the city. That pattern of bombings caused the displaced people within the city and outside the city. There, to the left, you see also the evacuation of the city. In red, this was an area where you had to leave. You could not live there. The blue part was the semi-evacuated area where it was highly recommendable that you left your house, but it was not mandatory. In yellow, you see a normal area, and then in green, you see the Castellana Avenue and Salamanca neighborhood, where, as we saw, not many bombings happened. Okay, where was Capa born? This was not the first part that Capa used that name, or that his name was used, but this was the first time his name is in capital letters, highlighted as one of the main characters of that. We know this woman is in Vallecas. It could be Peroncelli Street or Albufera Avenue. We're not certain about it. But you see, the crucified capital, fantastic, prodigious photos by Capa. And to the right, you can see that these pictures were used in publications, but this is a poster. I don't know of any other poster where Capa's images were used. This is from the Dutch Red Cross saying, help the Spanish people, help them. And we have the same woman from Vallecas neighborhood, and behind her, we see the children of the Peroncelli image. Capa documented the suffering. I mean, he recorded the suffering of the civil population. This is the Anton Martin Square. There you see the El Globo chemist shop, the pharmacy. It exists nowadays, but the building beside it was bombed to oblivion. And there you see survivors trying to find their belongings. It was hard to determine the exact location of the image, but Anton Martin's bombing was very celebrated. I mean, it was very well known in the image. So by comparing these small details, that curtain, this door here, that's what make us know that this was Anton Martin Square. Again, destruction, devastation. This is Alfonso the 12th Avenue. This is the same building, similar to the one shown by Latova. This is not the best picture of this building, but this is from a stealth film, the PowerPoint of the time. And this is from the Swiss Social Archive. There's a PowerPoint from the time that has survived, basically. Fixed images, and people spoke over them, similar to what we do with PowerPoints nowadays. This is from the Arguelles neighborhood in Martín de los Heros Street. This building doesn't exist anymore. And to the right, you see a picture of the Florida Hotel in Callao Square, where the Corte Inglés is located. Now there you see one hit by artillery, and you can see the difference between the damage done by air bombings and artillery. The Telefonica building, which is really famous here in Madrid, it received more than 100 impacts of artillery, but there it is, still standing today. But the Florida Hotel hosted Saint-Exupéry, hosted Hemingway, Capa, and many other people. And apparently the window rooms were cheaper, for obvious reasons, at the time. More devastation. This is again Arguelles neighborhood. This is a picture done by Capa, a similar one by Gerda Taro, and a similar one to the Graphic Information Brigade of a specific trade union here in Spain. They were not there at the same time because the shadows do not coincide, but there you have it. More destruction. We have seen residential houses, but this is a church, the Saint Sebastian Church. This is Cartier-Bresson's picture, and you see the palace of the Marquis of Torrecilla. Only the facade survived that until nowadays. I mean, Madrid was bombed, and not from military targets. It was with civil targets. People were evacuated. They see children being evacuated in the Albufera Avenue. I will rush the rest of the images. Here we have some people with their belongings in front of the Banco de España, on the National Bank of Spain. People putting their belongings on carts. To the right, you see someone wearing a fur coat leaving Madrid with their belongings on a donkey. This is the underground, where people used as shelters. This is from a documentary called Spain by Jean-Paul Chanois and Luis Buñuel. And to the right, you have the Tetuan metro station. It was hard to identify the specific metro stations. We have only identified 5 of them. The only example I will give about Capa's pictures in military grounds, which was the university precinct battle. We can recognize the fences that can be seen in the images, and also images from the faculties very close to where we were yesterday. These are from the Faculty of Medicine and the School of Philosophy. Books were used in order to create blockings, to block the windows and the doors. I mean, Capa's and Taro's impact was not only in books. They also had an impact in exhibitions of the time. There we see one from London to the left, and another one in London in whiter color. I mean, these were important exhibitions done in the UK with Capa's and Taro's images. And what about the international, the global impact of the Peroncelli picture? We have seen it in more than 40 publications of more than 16 countries. We have found them especially in Europe, in Spain, France, Italy, Switzerland, Belgium, the Netherlands, Austria, and the United Kingdom. Different publications that we've also found them outside of Europe, in the US, Cuba, in Chile, and some more exotic examples are Russia and China, and also in our antipodes in Australia and New Zealand. The more pictures were found in Spain. The second country is Australia, oddly enough. And in France, we have not found many sources, maybe due to copyright, but I mean, we haven't found them in many publications. As an example of the type of publication, we see different books, different magazines, also with Taros and Shims, thanks to the remasterized version done by Ciencias. The second book, Madrid, it was done by the regional government of Catalonia. There you see Shim's picture before the Civil War, taken in Extremadura. The third example is the book Hispania, Lydia Edinburgh. It's in the National Library. The post, the banner there with they shall not pass, it was in the Puerta de Toledo, and this is Shim's picture. Below, to the left, you see 3 magazines, a Chinese magazine, and the person is Chiang Kai-shek in the image. Japan has invaded China, and that's why China was interested in what was happening in Spain. Capa went to China. I mean, he also recorded these conflict, and basically around the city that nowadays is called Wuhan. The center, the below image in the center is from Cuba, and we also have the Peroncelli picture in some magazines for women, and not only for publication for women, but also for in some of the types. I mean, these pictures are from 1936, also in 1938, And then in 1939, it was published further, because when Franco troops took Barcelona, the picture was mentioned as Barcelona. If you go to the Getty image, it says, Perencelli's image is attributed to Barcelona. These pictures are unsigned. Out of the 40 pictures, 31 are unsigned. Only in 4 specific cases we have the signature. And in Death in the Making, we know that the picture, that book is by Capa, but it is not signed. And same with the Lydia Edinburgh. So having Capa signing a picture, there are very few pictures. They are cropped in different sizes depending on the publication. There you see an example of only the children being shown of the Perencelli image. And let me finish with a question. We know that some of the pictures were taken in Madrid. We can have an idea about the approximate location, but not about the exact location. In the upper part, we know this is Vallecas by Capa, but what part of the Vallecas neighborhood? The below part, the below image, that's Madrid by Taro. We haven't located it exactly, precisely. And to the right, you see Shem. Below it says Arguelles neighborhood, and we have combed the photo archives to no avail. We don't know where that is. And well, that's the end. Thank you for your attention. And there you have the QR code.
Muchas gracias. Vamos.
Thank you very much. We are lagging behind the schedule, so these 2 presentations have been exceptional. Let's move on to the next round table. Thank you.
¿Le busco o qué hago?
Sí, dale a escape.
Yo no sé usar esto. Perdón. Ay, yo sí necesito un poco de agua, si se puede. Perdón, pero no sé poner nada en una PC.
Lo veo. Ah, merde. Roberto. ¿Qué es que he cerrado la carpeta? ¿En qué carpeta estaba?
Hay cosas que
¿O estaban en la escritorio?
se corta la transmisión. Es decir, no se puede...
A ver, ábrela. Déjame ver si sí es.
¿Es?
Sí, la tuve que ajustar el tamaño, pero sí se ve, ¿no?
Sí.
Ah, súper. Y cuando haya un video, ¿qué se hace? Tengo que picarle play, ¿verdad?
¿Vídeo, pero tiene sonido?
Sí.
Porque si tiene sonido hay que venir a poner...
Bueno, tengo dos pequeños. ¿Sí? ¿Dónde hablo? ¿Acá o va?
Cada vez que hables tienes que darle a...
¿Qué no uso?
Bien, buenos días.
Hello, good afternoon. We're going to continue. We're going to present the presentation entitled Finding Capa, Unexpected Encounters in the Quest for the Legendary Photo Reporter, as part of the program that we streamlined, where we wanted to bring together all those initiatives from the citizens or investigators regarding the figure of Robert Capa. We thought that what we are about to present right now from Fernanda Chandler was of great interest because of her work disseminating his work through the social network and her rigorous research when disseminating that knowledge. She's a photographer and visual artist. She studied architecture at the Ibero-American University, and she re-steered her career to image, studying photography at the Saúl Serrano Art Center and at the Imago Institute, both of them in Mexico, as well as at the School of Visual Arts and the International Center of Photography in New York. As photo reporter, she has worked for the National Geographic Travel and Leisure, Amora magazine, Aire magazine, and La Negra in Cuba. As an artist, her work has been exhibited in cities such as Mexico, Toronto, and Havana. Currently, she's part of the advisory board of Patricia Conde Gallery in Mexico City. And during the pandemic, she opened an Instagram channel that I was alluding to, dedicated to the dissemination of the history of photography, called Aprende Foto Conmigo. Learn about photography with me, with which she has achieved more than 60,000 followers. She has her portrait studio in Mexico City, where she works on series and personal photographic projects, among which one of the most prominent ones is entitled Finding Capa. Welcome. Okay, thank you. Welcome. I hope you can hear me.
Muchas gracias a la...
Thank you very much to the Anastasio de Gracia Foundation and all of you. It is a great honor to be invited over from Mexico to talk about this project. Let me talk a bit. Well, Uria already talked about my project, which is called Aprende Foto Conmigo, Learn About Photography with Me, where I disseminate about history of photography and how to read and analyze the images. But what interests me the most is the human stories lying behind the pictures, and I try to do it on site whenever possible. So I try to do it in a didactic, fun manner so that it reaches out to the youngest generation in terms of helping them in the method of consuming information. Just to give you a bit of a context, a few years ago I started getting interest in the Second World War, and I was compiling visual collections, and it was entitled Keep War in Museums, and I wanted to entice reflections on how wars should belong in museums. But in 2014, the situation was very different than currently. It all began with this book. This book is To Be Blamed, which is slightly out of focus, the memoirs of the photo reporter on the Second World War. And as stated before, he wrote it with the intention of making a movie out of that. So he introduces a lot of fiction. So he puts a lot of spice, as we say, in the tacos, as we say in Mexico. And he was a great storyteller, and he had some irony to his style that characterized his style. And in the same book, he says, all the events and characters of this book are accidental and have a bit to do with reality. That's his warning and caution, and that's my warning. Please take me with a slight pinch of salt in terms of how serious I am. So the project of Finding Capa kicked off by sharing stories of Chiquiva's Gerda Taro and Robert Capa, sometimes on the spot. And I started using the hashtag of finding Capa, but quite spontaneously. So, talking about what Miguel mentioned yesterday, I try to teach through emotion, because that's the way in which you keep them safe for all eternity. And here I am in order to talk about the encounters and experiences that I have gathered as part of the Finding Capa project. The first one I shared, well, last year I was in Nuremberg, and it was the 25th of May, about to celebrate my birthday, and I couldn't stop thinking that Capa had died barely 69 years ago, stepping onto a mine, and it was like absurd or crazy to me. An imminent danger that he had been saved 11 years ago in his book. And he tells that he was in the north of Africa, and then he stepped out of the jeep and he found some cactuses, and he said, there was nothing wrong about my cactus except for a board written in German, which was really easy to understand. Achtung, Minen. I didn't move. My driver found a really fun situation, but I didn't find anything fun about that. I was defying or challenging the death behind a silly cactus, and my obituary would not have been published. And he talked about the absurdity of the way in which he died later on, and it was curious for me. In Susana Forte's book, there is a dialogue that I would like for it to be true. I'm not sure, where Capa asks, do you know what being lucky means? But it's something that you have stuck into the shoes. Either you have it or you don't. So at the end of the day, both of them lost their luck. Gerda was younger, in brunette. Maybe this is one of the last pictures we preserve of her. And we can only imagine what she would have been. Capa lost his life in Indochine in 1954, stepping onto a mine, and that's when I started sharing these stories with Finding Capa hashtag. I went to Nuremberg, and I remembered that Robert Capa had gone through Nuremberg in 1945, and he took a picture when the Allies were recapturing the city. A family is portrayed with destroyed buildings in the background, and I also visited the Zeppelin-Feld, where the Nazi rallies took place. It was built by Robert Speer. Well, the Nazis had a story on the values of the ruins, and they built buildings with the intention that at some point they might become agreeable ruins, but they didn't know how much ruins there would be. And Robert Capa took this picture, which was published at the Life magazine in May of that very same year, with a North American soldier doing the Nazi salute a bit before the destruction of and the bombing of the swastika. I continued in Nuremberg, and this might be a rumor, but it brought me closer to another war photo reporter, Yevgeny Kaldey. You might know him as the Soviet Capa. And there is a rumor going around, which is in fact written at the ICP website, saying that Kaldey and Capa got together or met in Berlin. And I want to imagine that Capa was the one who wanted to have like the latest model of the camera. He would have loved to have an iPhone 16, and when he saw Jürgen's camera, he was like, oh, it's fantastic. And then, apparently, although it hasn't been checked, he sent him a speedographic camera as a present from Paris. And Kaldey documented the Nuremberg trials with a speedographic camera, documenting Hermann Göring's trial, which is curious. And then Finding Capa took me to the room where the Nuremberg trials took place. And that's the current aspect they have, the current look. On the 4th of June of 2023, my mum would have had her 70th birthday. And we have always talked about the Normandy landing because she was born 2 days before, and my grandmother placed a bet on who would arrive first, whether my mom or France's invasion. So last year, after Nuremberg, I decided that it was about time to visit Normandy with the intention of sharing the story of the 11 Magnificent on the beach. So I bought a ticket. I only had 1 day to go there, and I bought a ticket from Paris to Bayeux. And if I rented a bicycle, Google Maps considered that it would take me 1 hour. So I thought it was, I don't know, I thought it was summertime. But I had like pullover for the train, but yeah. But I thought it would have been summertime, and it was not enough. So I woke up at 3 a.m. on the train, and the slightly out of focus chapter 9 came to my mind. It's fun, well, sort of. And there is a sentence by Capa saying, at 4 a.m. we gathered at the deck, 2,000 men in silence. Whatever we were thinking might have been close enough to a prayer. On the train, the dawn came, and I recalled this sentence that thrills me to the core. No one was impatient. We wouldn't have minded being stopped at the darkness for a long time, but the sun didn't know that that day would be different, and it came out just in time. So I arrived to Bayeux. It was not summertime. It was freezing cold, and I went to the place where I rented the bike. I introduced my PIN, saying that I was the only person from Mexico renting a bike there. And we had the Born in the USA song blaring in the background. And that was June the 6th, so the anniversary of that day. It took me 1 hour, but only to step out of Bayeux. It took me 1 hour to step out of Bayeux. It's really complicated to move around, even though it was an e-bike, and but whatever. And my heart was started pounding as a quick pace when I saw the D-Day festival billboards. I spent 2 hours at the Normandy field looking at landscapes that I had just seen in Second World War feature films. And I was thinking about the paradox that how might it have been possible by Rommel to fortify this place with bunkers, machine guns and mines, so that the parachute soldiers would suffocate upon arrival, because he thought that there might have been a possible invasion through Normandy, as opposed to Hitler's view. And the Allies did not expect that. So I saw the sea at the distance, and I could see a Second World War plane hovering over me, and I started seeing Dodges, tanks, soldiers dressed like that. And on the 6th of June, they dress up like in 1944. It's beautiful. I strongly recommend that you visit that at that moment on the 6th of June, emulating that moment. So in the Colville-sur-Mer, which is close to the Omaha Beach, you could feel like the joyful atmosphere alluding to the liberation of France. And when you reach the cemetery, the feeling is opposite. There was a ceremony that day. We had the presence of Macron, the French president, and I want to play a video. And I was told that the climate was similar to that in 1944. And let me just show you the sound of the wind.
Perdón. ¿Listo? Esto estaba cerca de la playa y un poco para llevarlos a...
This was close to the beach, just to take you to that inhospitable environment that Normandy is. When seeing those tombs of those people that had died that day, I can't help but thinking about this picture, which was taken by Capa, close to Naples, where they found several young people who had rebelled against the Nazis, and many people died. And this is the burial of one of them. And his feet did not fit the coffin. And at the footnote, he said, "This is the true face of victory." And that's what the cemetery reminded me of. And after stepping out of the cemetery, I decided to go to the beach, and I got lost. The GPS stopped working, and I got lost in the forest, and I felt a lot of frustration, but I couldn't help but thinking about the parachute soldiers coming at night using apparels like this, which are called clickers, in order to look for one another, to acknowledge one another, to recognize one another, and how frustrated they might have felt when being lost. I mean, I was lost, but there were no enemies, no bullets flying around or anything, but I could relate to how they were feeling, how frustrated they felt, until finally I came back like Hansel and Gretel, like going backwards, and I finally made it to the Omaha beach. When I reached that beach, you could see the vastness of that space. There were soldiers walking in some sort of prayer, leaving a trail of flowers, and the feelings I got were really moving and heartbreaking. Let me just play another video just for you to convey how hostile that environment might have felt.
Es una playa en la que
It is a beach where you can walk and the tides drag you. And at some point I saw some soldiers who were trying to reach a lake, and I was trying to get there, but I couldn't walk. So to me, it was inconceivable how it might have been possible for them to reach that area, and that Capa might have taken those pictures, which is spectacular. I recall this famous sentence by Capa where he says that the war reporter, because I imagined him like at the USS Chase, the war correspondent doesn't have the fate in his own hands. I'm a gambler, and I decided to step into the first wave. In reality, we need to be there in that place to try to relate and comprehend what this finding meant. Another sentence uttered by him in his book is that the Germans played all their instruments. And I could finally make a video. I wanted for it to last for 5 minutes, but it took me an hour because my lips were trembling, my fingers were numb, planes were flying by, and I just wanted to leave. And I mean, there were no bullets flying around, and I was not damp, so I ate onion soup, and I needed to go to the bathroom and cry myself out because I felt really grateful for what these people did that day. And it gave me a lot of food for thought regarding how he did it and how lucky he might have been to survive something like that. An anecdote. When I returned, the GPS also broke down. I didn't know how to return, and my French is non-existent, and some French guys in the hotels where I was told that there were no hotels nor taxis. I imagined myself sleeping at the beach. I was taken to a soldier took me to a French guy's car. We were laughing all along the way, and he took me to the station, and that's my unknown hero of Normandy. And I don't know if you know David Sherman from the Life magazine, who was also doing coverage that day. I don't know exactly where, but what we know is that he was in England waiting for the arrival of the ship where Capa was coming to return the negatives. He was waiting for the door to be opened to hold portraits of the wounded, and Capa was waiting for the door to open up in order to take a still of the doctors that needed to step in order to cure the wounded. And so what they did was they found each other and they took a mutual picture of one another. So this picture was taken by David Sherman to Capa on the D-Day. And then after Normandy, I came to Madrid looking for the trails of Capa, and I found the El País video on the neglected or forgotten of Capa, whose author, it made me cry, basically. And I contacted the Anastasio de Gracia Foundation, and I thought that it was Friday and no one would reply, or at least that's the case in Mexico, but barely 5 minutes went by and Uria was sending a WhatsApp saying, I'm going to pick you up at this station, and the rest is history, and I'm here. I'm not going to talk about Pirantelli because that's because there's a lot to talk about. So when I came back to Mexico, I was contacted by a peculiar fellow called Carlos. Carlos is the nephew of General Francisco Aguilar, the person in charge of the Embassy of Mexico in Marseille. And he appears at the moment in which they need to dismantle the Mexican offices when Mexico declares war. And apparently he took inadvertently some Mexican suitcases containing some documents that were of his interest or involved him somehow, probably knowing or maybe not knowing the value of the negatives, and he concealed them in his house. And Carlos confirmed with his family that the negatives were in Amsterdam 70 at the Condesa colony in Mexico. And then we also have the Chiqui Vice history, who was, as Michelle mentioned yesterday, revealing the negatives in his home. And he catalogued the Mexican suitcase, and by things of a fate, he ended up in Mexico, and he marries Leonora Carrington, the famous painter, and he ends up living in Chihuahua 194, the Rome colony. And to honor the memory of Chiqui Vice and the negatives, Joan Escobar and myself decided to pay a tribute by walking from Chihuahua 194 to Amsterdam 70 and drawing an imaginary line between Chiqui Vice and the lost negatives, telling his story. And we introduced certain clues to know how to arrive from Chiqui Vice's house to the negatives. And Michelle confirmed that Chiqui never got wind of the fact that the negatives had appeared. And Capa was also in Mexico. He was in 1940 because he needed to exit the U.S. in order to get his visa. And he thought it was quite boring, and he wanted to return. Today, he would not find it boring, I think. He did some reports, and the most important one apparently took place on the 7th of July with the elections in Mexico. And there's a contemporanean problem that I could relate to because it reflected a perpetual problem in Mexico. And he portrayed that moment with the skirmishes and demonstrations, and there was one person who was dead, and these pictures were taken that day, the day of the elections in Mexico. And what interested me the most personally, and it is mentioned in Willen's book, that there is one picture, I don't know which one, maybe Julio can help me out here, recognize how to dig. I don't know which one was taken in the Montemalayo street. This street is five buildings away from my house, and there is a new vision. And what I can say, you say that Robert Capa was here, and I can say that Robert Capa was also here. So to follow his foot trail, I went to Budapest, and I was keen to walk around the Pest and Buda cities where Julia Idezzo clients were there, keen to know the city where he met Eva Besnieu, the only home that he ever had. Afterwards, he was leaping from one trench to the other, one hotel to the other. And as a young person, he would do ice skating where the castles are, and he would swim at the Danube. I did not swim in the Danube, but I did the ice skating, and I took the opposite direction of the train from Vienna to Budapest. When I was in in Calais, I wanted to walk, and I placed the Google Maps itinerary to my hotel, and out of nothing, I find the Robert Capa cafe out of nowhere. And I was just ambling, wandering around, and by chance I ended up having a coffee at the Robert Capa cafe. And then on the next day I went to the exhibit. And I thought that if I could talk about the story, the fact that I'm coming from Normandy and Pironcelli, that I would be introduced to its bank, whom I cannot see, but the only thing they did was to sell me a ticket to the exhibit, which I recommend. I strongly recommend that you visit that. I thought I would have been invited as a guest speaker. And to end up, I would like to talk about Julia Friedman, Robert Capa's mum. I would like to talk about Julia to wrap up. She's a very important character. For Julia, Robert Capa, or Andre, was the apple of his eye. She tried to protect him all throughout his life, and even when he wanted to go skiing, which was a dangerous sport, he could never make it. She was overprotective. I cannot imagine what she felt when she found out that he was doing the Civil War coverage. And when he was about to step into the ship, the mother was happy with that spot she was showing, but on the inside she was destroyed, and he would pray that the visa papers would not arrive in time. A mother that received a letter from his kid from the north of Africa saying, "Mother, I would like to take you your present personally, but Rommel keeps us occupied." It sounds like a joke, but it's what it is. And Robert Capa cared a lot about her, and he went far away to fulfill his duty, and this image shows the love of a mother, the tearing and heartbreaking love of a mother that was deprived of his son because of the war, and this is part of the collective memory, and it attests to the present. This is not a mother, but it's a similar feeling, and I can say that this is one of the true faces of war. Thank you very much.
Ahí les dejo mi QR por si quieren.
There you have my... Do you want to follow me? Okay, thank you very much, Fernanda, for that perspective of Robert Capa around the world. It perfectly complements all the new paths and routes that we are seeing at a more local level. And I have a question for you before closing up. What will be the continuation of your project? Well, actually, this project, I just pulled a thread from a thread, and it started like that, but now it's becoming more and more serious. I would like to follow the steps of Robert Capa. I would like to find this place in Mexico, even if these are not famous, important images. But for me and for Mexico, I think they could become important. So I would like to find that link to all this community I'm seeing here today of Robert Capa fans, also in Mexico. Thank you. Any question from the audience? Okay, thank you very much, Fernanda. Let's move on.
Vamos a proyectar una foto. Yo me quedo aquí, ¿no? Tú aquí, Geo. Ah, vale. Vale, íbamos a con Caldey, qué bueno. Qué bueno. Qué bueno.
Eso es igual, 30 años.
3 años antes de que muriera Caldey.
Qué bueno. Déjame, no me quiero estar más aquí. Aquí, Gervasio, aquí.
¿Yo dónde voy?
No, hay que copiarme. No jodas. O sea, hay que copiarme para ella.
Pero tú has traído fotos.
Yo que sé. Gracias, Robert Capa. ¿Qué?
Ponlo. Sí, ponlo. ¿Tú lo tienes ahí en el libro, la expo? Venga, vale. No, me va a poner los grandes.
Sí, además tú vas sí, muy rápido. Todo.
Oye, ¿qué tenemos? 35 o 40 minutos, ¿no?
Bueno, más, ¿no?
No.
2:30.
No, 2:30 no, pero...
¿Sí?
¿Por qué no? Vamos 2:30 de la mañana, ¿quieres tú? ¿No?
¿Eh?
Tú quieres hasta las 2:30 de la mañana.
Para el pacto de
así toda la vida.
Eso no se le quita hasta el micro a Cristina.
La boda de canal.
Aquí está. Ahí está, sí, va. Ya está.
Luego vamos a hacer otro trabajo que se llame vidas animadas. No, eso luego ya la es una trilogía de vidas animadas, vidas animadas. ¿Vale? Que pongan un caño.
Como lo quieras y yo
No, yo tampoco. Hace tanto, pero sí me acuerdo que
Este trae 80 vídeos, 80 carpetas de fotos, ¿sabes? Eso, que se va a poner el Gerba Netflix aquí. Anita, tú le das al play, ¿no? Al mío. No, pero yo me despreocupo. Vale, pero yo me olvido, ¿eh? Tú abres y tú le das al crítico.
Y luego le pones el... Sí, luego elaborar el panel que conste la fotografía.
Más frito fotógrafo. Que no ha tenido cojones de sentarse aquí con nosotros. Ya está, no soy capaz. Venga, arriba. Sí.
¿Lo puedes copiar al escritor? No, ha dicho que
no. Toma.
Pero que funciona, pero...
Vale, que se tratan otras fotos de... Memoria.
Vámonos. Septiembre del 95. Joder.
Bueno, continuamos.
Well, now we have the closing session. This last session is what remains of Capa in war photojournalism today. I will present Luis de Vega. He's very well known, and also Gervasio Sanchez. Luis de Vega, Spanish journalist and photographer born in Huelva, whose city council awarded him the City Medal in 2023. He studied journalism in the University of Salamanca, where he later became a professor of photojournalism. Editor and photographer for the ABC newspaper since 1994, he was its correspondent for the Maghreb and Sub-Saharan Africa from 2002 to the end of 2010, when his accreditation to work in Morocco was withdrawn due to his coverage of the Sahrawi conflict. He subsequently covered the evolution of the Arab Spring in different countries, as well as the migratory routes to Europe. In 2019, he started working for the newspaper El País, for which he has covered, among other conflicts, the situation in Afghanistan after the takeover by the Taliban, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, coverage for which he was awarded a prize by the Madrid Press Association, and he is currently covering the war in the Middle East. First, I want to apologize for not having Jaime Bauluz here. He was in the program. He just said, I will not be able to attend the colloquium. I will send you a small video with some of my pictures after more than 44 years of photojournalism. Hugs for everyone. Thank you for inviting me.
Bien. A continuación voy a...
Okay, I will introduce Gervasio Sánchez now. All of you know him. He is a renowned photographer and journalist, celebrated for his work in the field of international photojournalism. Throughout his career, he has documented conflicts and humanitarian crises, from the Balkan War to conflicts in Latin America, Africa, and the Middle East. His style is characterized by his ability to capture human tragedy in an intense and sensitive manner, with a focus on the victims and the devastating effects of war. He has received numerous awards for his photographic work and also for his social commitment, most notably the 2009 National Photography Award. He worked for different media, although he has usually worked as a freelance journalist. Among the newspapers he worked for are Heraldo de Aragón since 1988 and the magazine of La Vanguardia since the year 2000, also in Cadena Ser or the Spanish service of the BBC, and the magazine Tiempo. He has authored more than a dozen photographic books that collect his work in the war conflicts he has covered, and his work has been collected in different exhibitions. Welcome, Gervasio. So let's start our colloquium with the question, what do you think remains of Capa in today's war journalism, war photojournalism? Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm truly grateful, and also for organizing these fantastic days, these fantastic meetings. I would have loved to see more students, actually. I don't know why students are not part massively of these things. And that has to do with the degree of commitment of the students nowadays. We're in November, and so the exams are not close by, so I don't know. And also, if David Seymour Shim or Gerda Taro and Robert Capa raised their head right now, they would feel ashamed about what happened in Spain after the Spanish Civil War, with all the people that are buried in common tombs, and the passivity and the cowardice of the Spanish politicians. Of course, the deaths were produced during the war and during the Franco regime, and there has not been anything serious about it. What Zapatero did after 2007 and what this government is trying to do, they are not serious projects, but in my experience, because I have worked on forced dispersation and in the three world countries as Colombia, Guatemala, and Bosnia, Colombia, and Guatemala, I can tell you that their projects are way better than the Spanish one, and that's because of the passivity and cowardice of all politicians in Spain. You can blame Franco, but let me remind you that next year it will be 50 years after Franco's death. So let's not use that wild card of Franco. Let's assume and let's accept our own responsibility. I'm fed up of saying people that historic memory cannot be thrown at each other depending on political interests. We need a serious project, as has been done in Colombia after a law done by the extreme right, Uribe, in Guatemala, with the brutality of the paramilitary groups, that with many people trying to find the communal terms in Guatemala and Bosnia. So we are a first world or so-called first world country, and we are being ridiculized by what the third world is doing. And again, Robert Capa, Gerda Taro, and Chim, if they were alive today, they would have second-hand embarrassment. I presented the Mexican suitcase back at the time, and I had different ministers of Spain, and I told them to their faces, I'm not interested in the myth of Capa. Capa is too mystified to my liking. He did super interesting things. He also cheated sometimes, and one day maybe we can delve deeper into that and find a solution to that. I talked to Richard Whalen about that. I met him in 1995 in very interesting meetings that we were invited to, and I was also I mean, it was hard for me to understand why no one has still clarified if the picture of Espejo was posed, staged or not. And then we have the Mexican suitcase and the negatives are not there. I don't know. This is suspicious. But the Capa I'm interested in is the Robert Capa that right from the beginning of the Spanish Civil War realized who were the victims of the war, of every war, which is the civil population, civilians. When you have been working for more than 40 years, such as myself, and you have been in armed conflicts in every continent, more than 25 conflicts, the only truth in a war is that civilians are the victims. And Capa has his best images when he had portraits of civilians. I'm not interested of what he did in Teruel, where he almost died, because of the impact of his images and how close he was to battle, or even the Second World War, or when he covered the crisis between Arabs and Israelis in 1948. And by the way, he left conflict photography because he was almost hurt in his private parts. That's why he stopped making photographs of conflicts, and until 1954 that he was sent to Indochina. I mean, that's what he decided. But the real Capa is still in the mind and work of many photographers. I could give you an ending list of photographers that have been influenced by him, both male and female, because there were not many female war photographers at the time. Gerda was a pioneer, but nowadays they're trying to show what is happening in the battlefield. And if Capa were alive nowadays, I'm pretty sure he would have covered the Sarajevo's siege, as some of us did, or he would be inside of Gaza, witnessing how Israelis were they're massacring not only the population but also some photographers that are working in hard conditions, and they are being accused of being Hamas spokespeople. That's false. Come on, they have been sent there by Reuters or France Press, CNN, Al Jazeera, New York Times, The Guardian. All of them have sent there their photographers. Those publications 20 years ago realized that the Israelis were going to put siege. They were going to put siege to Gaza and the West Bank. That's why they also trained Gazan photographers. All the international awards these years have been awarded to Gazan photographers. So Capa and Taro both were Jewish. Nowadays, they would be covering the massacre and the violation and brutality of Israel. What happened in October the 7th, of course, was terrorism. The Palestinian terrorism has been extremely harmful to the Palestinian cause, but what Israel has been doing since 1947, and especially since October the 7th, is war crimes and state terrorism and genocide, in the opinion of some people. Later on, if we have more time, I would like to show a small video about something done in the Balkans 30 years ago that could give you a clear idea of the direction contemporary photography has followed and how we try and record and document civilian day-to-day life in conflict. Thank you, Gervasio. Luis. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for organizing this event, to the foundation, to the Complutense University, and all people attending. What's left in today's photography of the spirit of Robert Capa? Well, some of the speakers have already said that the memory of the Spanish Civil War, the closeness to the conflict, is really different from what Roger Felton did in the Crimean War. It's not only the technique, it's also Capa's approached with a Leica camera with 35 millimeters so that he could have light equipment, so that he could really get close to the object of the photograph. That sentence, right? You need to be close to the subject of the photograph for that photograph to be good. So as a writer and as a photographer, I've always been more a writer than a photographer, but I've always said that what really gets me close to the event is not the pen, but the photo camera. There is a certain distance to events, to people, that a writer can be comfortable with without involving him or herself. But whenever I go with my camera, that's a whole different animal. The camera is not only a tool I use to give a face to the people whose stories I'm telling. I mean, the camera gives me a responsibility to get closer to the victims, some more meters. And at times, that has given my text a richer value. Going into a house, getting close to someone to make a portrait, that made my text better. That made the richness of my text to be more present, more broad, more wide. So I'm not only using the camera to take pictures. Sometimes when we are afraid, when we are feeling lazy, when we think, oh, a different distance would be more comfortable. I mean, the camera doesn't allow you to do that. You need to go into that house. You need to go into that place. So in that sense, I think photojournalism is there. That's one of the pillars of journalism. It is true now we have social media, and you can call anyone around the world via WhatsApp, or the journalistic fast food, telling everything live. That can be progress, but that doesn't tell us that we should not just stop and listen to the victims. We need to try and give them a voice. We need to try and go deeper into their testimonies, their stories, so that everyone far away from their situation can understand what's happening. Many times we think that because we have good Twitter contacts, or because we have many different TV channels at our disposal, we think that we are well informed, that we have good information. I don't know about that. We need to be careful with the information nowadays, and the future looks somber about what's going to happen with the artificial intelligence. I mean, AI is not only the usage of specific tools, and now we're gonna give our photography some kind of ID or DNA so that we can know what has been altered or not. We as journalists, we have an ethic and moral responsibility on what's going to be done with AI. I know we're at the brink. I mean, we're just at the edge of a cliff as journalists. I always say that social media are not bad per se. A knife is not bad per se. The hand that holds a knife is to be blamed. We cannot close the door to progress and the new possibilities given by what I just mentioned, making a call to someone at the other part of the world, or having live chronicles. But we are world journalists, and we have the obligation to tell things as they are, to call a spade, and I'm not talking about that mythical objectivity that supposedly journalists need to have. I'm just saying that if you're an informer, if you're informing people, you need to have access to the ground. For the last 3 months, I've settled in Jerusalem, And in these, not 13 months, and I have not been able to enter the main theater of the war, which is Gaza. That's a shame. That's outrageous. We still need to fight left and right and knock on every door to denounce how shameful it is, first, that Israel in the 21st century is not allowing us to have access to Gaza Strip, and secondly, that, more than 120 journalists and press personnel that have been killed by Israeli attacks. So, as Gervasio said, denouncing this does not mean that you are pro-Hamas, which is what the Israeli government is saying about all of us. Everyone that doesn't support blindly the Israeli position defended by Benjamin Netanyahu, everyone is considered a terrorist or pro-Hamas or any other crazy thing. So I don't know. At least I try in what I do. I try to tell the story of victims of both sides. Of course, there are some victims in Israel, but let's not forget the figures. More than 43,000 dead people in the Gaza Strip. Civilians dying in Israel nowadays are only a few, only a handful. And humanitarian international law has one pillar, which is called proportionality. Self-defense is an important right, but you cannot mistake it for the absence of proportionality. And the atmosphere of impunity that has been generated after Israeli reaction to the wild and savage massacre perpetrated by Hamas on October 7th. That's why the uncertainty is massive right now. If someday there is a truce and some hostages are released, and then we can somehow do some kind of talk about what's happened, there are millions of disappeared people that can be under the rubble of ruined buildings, and those rests are being eaten by dogs and cats in Gaza. And once those doors are open and the reconstruction starts, after the worst war suffered by those lands in many years, and this is a land that is 3 times smaller than Madrid province. It's so concentrated. I'm pretty sure Gaza will be attacked again before the reconstruction starts. If it's not occupied again, as I think the Israeli army and government are planning, especially the northern part, it's being served on a silver plate to the more extremist of the settlers in Israel. And there are some organizations such as Human Rights Watch or the UN itself that are talking about war crimes because of the forced movement of peoples, the forced displacement of thousands of people. 2.3 million of Gazan inhabitants, and 1.9 million of those 2.3 have been displaced from their homes. Some said they have had to change places for more than 20 times. It's outrageous that the press cannot cover what's happening in an independent way in one of the most notable wars of the 21st century. Okay, it cannot be said clearer than that. And it is obvious that I think most of us also agree, are on the same page.
Gervasio, una cosa que me duele.
Something which is hurting me and Gervasio is that you alluded to the students and the lack of commitment, this enfranchisement. Some of the questions that we had written down had to do with disenfranchisement or lack of commitment, but it's not necessary to delve on that. But let me tell you that at a moment during the coffee break, I was talking to some master's degree students, and I told them, and not being pedantic here, but or revering to their words, but it looks appalling that in this workshop that was celebrated yesterday and today, not only because we're talking about Capa and the large photographers, but because the most capacitated intellectuals, they might be creative people or artists, the most prominent creators of Spain and the world, are talking here not just about Capa, but about the historic memory, about our history and the history of the world. And evidently here we don't find the students, but the question is, the question I address to you, Gervasio, who has always been committed, is where is the thread broken between them and us? Because here when some students have gone to some faculty professors, just to put the finger on the wound, to say, I'm going to do a work on photography, the reply was, well, another one with the photographs, little photographs. How is photography considered? How is the world of information considered? And where is that thread broken, regardless of how many efforts we put in? Luis arrived on Sunday from Israel, and after 75 days in Israel, 2 months and a half, he hasn't visited the family. I came from Colombia. I made it home with 1 hour delay. This is going to take longer, so I'm going to skip lunch, and I need to go to a medical visit, and I need to run to Gijón tomorrow. And we have amazing people, Fernando from Mexico, from the US, from Germany, and there's people who cannot come from the classroom next door. So truly, it's outrageous. I don't give conferences at the university unless the professors bring me with a closed a group of students with the obligation to be there and reading a list. And I have nothing against young students, and I'm going to delve into why this happened. We're talking about wars and current wars and the Civil War. We're talking about photography as a key point in order to understand contemporaneous world, because these students have learned how to read images prior than being able to utter the first words. Prior to that, they know how to read images prior to uttering words. So I don't understand why they're not interested in having prominent experts speaking here, and why they fail to attend. This is not the month of the exams, so the justification that we would find in May, because we would have exams, is not applicable. It's November, getting closer to Christmas, so I don't understand it. But I can tell you that one of the main problems affecting the younger people, if I ask the question to the younger students here, and I ask about the YouTubers, they might raise their hand and know them. Some of them of really bad quality, and some of them with high quality. Younger generations have abandoned their link to the traditional media, and the newspapers and the press have a lot to say in that respect, because both TVs, radios, and written media are playing biased positions and sectarian positions. And as I told Luis de Vega, if we were to look for a determined moment in history in our country, and we could analyze the media who were friendly with the government, we would find a lot of contradiction, which was that at the moment in which this political party was at power, this media remained silent, or they didn't execute their responsibilities when blowing open corruption schemes, etc. And there is a biased position, and the majority of the younger generation have deserted the traditional legacy media. They don't read newspapers, they don't listen to the traditional radio or traditional TVs. They find some other venues which are interesting, and some others are dangerous. Sometimes we can find the deep fakes on the internet. And right now, if you have the legacy press giving lessons on fake news and the need to change the control of the media, is a laughing stock when the press itself has destroyed the ethical behavior that the media need to have. And Whenever I say this, I'm not evidently thinking about the media managers or the directors or the CEOs that thrive on that. I'm talking about my assistant fellows covering different wars outside of Spain, and then the university and the deans and the rectors and the chairs need to take this seriously. This could have been at the Círculo de Bellas Artes and other important venues, but we do it at the university. I guess that in order to attract the students, but with a few exceptions, and I'm going to pass a few of you are there. Fantastic, I have to say. You have passed my subject, but we need to seek for other actions to have a long queue of students, even if we would need to find a bigger venue. That's an important thing to highlight. In order not to lose focus, allow me to name a few elements. I don't want to focus on the Middle East conflicts because I believe that we have buggered you enough, but I was in 1982 for the first time in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. I have a picture when I was young, and I was there among the Nefertiti's apple sellers. Gaza did not exist, Hezbollah did not exist, and the Israelis had invaded the south of Lebanon, and the Shiite people were welcomed with flowers. This happened 40 years ago. The Israelis had invaded the south of Lebanon. The Palestinians were fucked up, really fucked up, without rights. In Gaza, we had 1/4 of the population, and in Israel, 1/3 of the population currently living there. So it's a Congress which is stagnated because of because of coward attitudes by the political class and diplomatic class in Europe, mainly. Also from the US. The Russians are really bad, the Chinese worse, but the European Union continuously is giving lessons of historic disgrace vis-a-vis different conflicts. And I'm not just talking about the Middle East, Rwanda, 94, the Balkans, Ukraine versus Russia. The situation is stagnated and the Europeans are waiting for someone to sort it out for them. And let's not even talk about Africa, which is full of neglected conflicts where there is no interest by the EU, which is the most important conglomerate of countries selling the highest amount of weapons in the world. They boost the war. And I'm not just talking about the mild weapons sold to Ukraine or sold to Russia. And the last report that I got from the CP, well, it is an outrage that my country, Spain, with left-wing parties currently under the government, I criticize Sanchez, and it can lead to really dire consequences. So we can see that this government is the one that is breaching the Weapon Control Act passed by the government and is selling a lot of weapons, regardless of how socialist they deem themselves to be. Advocating for international solutions, we had the Zapatero regime and the Alliance of Civilizations, or even if we're talking about right-wing alliances going to church every Sunday, regardless of the color, they continue to sell weapons. In France, all the French press is linked to weapon-selling companies, and the weapons sold by France is never dealt with at the French press. And if we go upwards to the Nordic countries, it's the same. So we are at a crossroads where our students are not coming to these events. The younger generation is not interested to understand the contemporanean event because of the press mainly, and our governors, our politicians cannot put a stopper to genocides, criminals, and at the end of the day, they seek for an alliance on the short term or medium term with everything that has to do with weaponry smuggling and selling. I love you, but I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you because, look, I'm against forcing anyone here to come here. Regardless of whether I have 50 or 18 students, I think it is a luxury. The fact that at this Faculty of Documentation, this has been put up, not because we are here, but because of the previous speakers. I don't want to force anyone to be here in front of me. It's better to, I don't know, exercise your free will. The compulsory credits and reading out a list of students. Oh, come on. We cannot do that. No, they need to be changed, lock and key. No, you cannot force anyone, neither the students or anyone, to come here to listen to Herbacio Sanchez. Come on. I'm going to be here. Oh, come on. This lasts for 2 days, and I am here for 20 minutes. It is a luxury to be able to eat jamón for free. If you don't want to eat jamón for free, well, it's up to you. Yeah, but in information sciences and documentation sciences, which are two really important faculties, which are reference faculties for us in our work, to have a reduced number of students, to me, I don't know, it's something that I find pitiful. And we need to publicly denounce it. I'm not going to, I don't know, I'm not going to put them against the wall and shoot them down. And I'd like to thank the students. I have already passed them, but I would like to see more students here with more questions, more keenness to ask, and you know, challenge us. Okay, I agree with that, but not forced. No, not forced, obviously. I'm not forcing anyone, and they're here. Okay, I would like, before giving the floor, I would like to introduce another factor. I think that what has happened, and I'm not going to talk in defense of the press or the government, no. But here's my reflection. Luis mentioned that the changing the technique with smaller cameras, it allows us to stand closer to human pictures. And the press changes when this appears. And this is disruptive and changing the discourse. And the press continues to work in schemes of the 19th or 20th century. And this is manipulating us every day. And these new generations have been born with this among their hands. And they are subject to this kind of discourse. Yeah, but this is not wrong. Yeah, but look, this is a mirror of our society. Yeah, but look, this is not bad on its own. It's bad under the mind of someone handling that. Well, thanks to this, I could run the pandemic because the central government of this country and my region and some other regions were censoring all the possibilities to enter into the sites. And thanks to the mobile phone, I could access places that I couldn't access to. And I obviously ignored blatantly all the perversions and censorship and fake news by the governors. I did a thorough report for 3 months without stopping to work with a mobile phone. I didn't bring out the cameras from the car because some people allowed me to enter certain places, the hospitals, against the will of the managers, and they told me, please take a phone, not a camera, so that you are not going to be challenged. Okay, don't worry. I'm going to take wonderful pictures with a mobile phone, and that's how I work. Okay, let me explain. The paradigm change with the next generation is this is disrupting the way in which we perceive the world, and we haven't educated on how to use this tool. Juan Miguel is telling me that I need to stop. Yeah, the video.
Que vieran esto porque
I wanted to play this video because it's a tribute we play to Robert Capa. I'm a photographer and I'm a literary reporter myself.
yo no veo nada aquí. A ver, ¿hay DVDs? ¿Me pones DVDs?
¿Cuál era el disco duro tuyo?
Espera, déjame. Oye, espérate. Es que de verdad, el sistema este es un sistema. ¿Dejas que te toque un poco? Toca. Que no te pasa que tengo que llevar el gafas. Estos sistemas arcaicos. DVDs, espera, ya voy, rápido, es un segundo. Yo no trabajo con ratón, yo trabajo con las manos.
No pongas la antología que son 3 horas.
Voy a poner un poquito de este documental. A ver, ¿dónde pone el y el sonido, por favor.
Esto es el Gerbanefli.
¿Sonido? Sonido, por favor. Están en el... ¿Dónde estás? No, me refiero a que está el técnico subiendo, ¿no?
Suba más, tío. Más. Pues si está el café funcionar.
Dale escape aquí, dale escape aquí.
¿He dicho esta palabra?
Dale
No.
escape.
En moto sí, pero...
Moteado.
Moteado. Motear una moto. Ah, con mota.
Moteado.
Mota. Claro, todo vale. ¿Se puede poner más tanto?
Como sale el tesoro, que le va a hacer una hora.
Ya.
Bosnia, 25 years later.
Bien, pues con este cierre de
So with this thrilling closing and hard and harsh closing as reality itself, we hereby close this roundtable. Thank you very much, Luis. Thank you very much, Gervasio, for your truth, your honesty, and especially for your work.
Si los alumnos quieren preguntar.
Maybe the students would like to pose a question.
para una pregunta.
We have time for a few questions from the students, just the students.
Ahora va, tiraros a la...
Come on, take a plunge. Protest, challenge the establishment. Come on.
Ser críticos, coño.
Be critical, for sake.
Hola. Yo quería hacer una pregunta.
I would like to pose a question because partly I agree as a student, because at the end of the day I also attend congresses and workshops, and I see that either people my age don't attend or they start fumbling with the phone. But I think partly it's not our fault, but how do you call the other audience that attend? Who's to be blamed? How do we claim? What do we do? I mean, how do you engage the others who don't come? Well, I have my own opinion. Well, we need to bring better guests, you know? No, I have my own opinion, which is quite unfavorable about citizens as a whole. I think that there is a great passive attitude and disenfranchisement on attitudes that don't affect us personally. Just to give you an example, the Bosnian War in 2010, we were all affected, not the Bosnian, but Ukrainian war. The Ukrainian war began in 2014, not 2022, and we were not affected because the Germans were buying Russian gas at really low prices. At the end of the day, we're just affected by what affects us and based on our interests. And this is generalized, especially in the most so-called advanced countries. So this poses a severe challenge. At the end of the day, when we're talking about storytelling or narratives, the narrative that I'm interested in is my favorite political party. If we're talking about conflict or arms and pacifism or things about how to analyze the data. I was in Colombia when I was being asked about what happened. And in Colombia, there was also a Dana flood. So, and in Cuba, there has been a Dana, and no one was drowned. And I'm really surprised that people are very little respectful with the single truth of what has happened in Valencia, which is the dead people in Valencia. People have been affected. They have lost their companies for always. The car might have been lost, but there's people who are looking for the people who have disappeared. And there's not even an official figure. Maybe unofficially it is. So I think that there needs to be a different gesture by the population, the European population. I'm not just talking about the European population and things that affects us all. I think we've reached the conclusion that wars in Europe are not impactful for us, or when we're impacted, we get a subsidy for the oil, and many people are not interested in solving the problems of the world unless directly affected. And but this happened when you were not born 20 or 30 or 40 years ago. I risked my life because entering into Sarajevo was risking your life, and I came back from the Balkans and I found an utter indifference, generalized indifference, with the exception of some groups that held some minority demonstrations in front of the churches. In Catalonia, there were a few examples. So I thought it was surprising. And I was like, people told me, can you tell me what you have found there? And I was like, oh, come on, read the papers every day. There is a problem with an easy solution. And I don't want to be pessimistic here and try to exert an influence on your colleagues so that next year when we hold a similar conference, they appear massively. And I'm, left surprised and shocked. So 2 more questions and we wrap it up. And I would like to ask you to be short in your answers. Just to contribute with something positive, because if the reality is really bad, well, I'm going to utter a positive message. I'm a recently retired philosophy professor. I come from a neighborhood where Robert Capa was, and I need to say that I have found out of chance and blissful chance that this happened here. And I'm sure that in Vallecas and in the fora that I move around, there's a lot of people interested. So I think that we need to publicize this. And just to give you an example, Marcos Hanna said that we need to speak the language of the youth, and we need to learn the language of the youth. If you put this up on Instagram and you put this up on streaming and small clips of what we're doing, and they get wind of what we're doing, I'm sure that little by little, by sitting it that way and speak their language, we can find more attendance, because this is a thrilling event. And if we want to organize this further, this is a good idea, because at the faculty there's many professors that, well, you get a negative response when you want to introduce some photograph projects. And I think this is a good proposal, positive for the future. It's really important to speak their language. We need to learn how to publicize it where they read it. They don't see it in those legacy media. We need to go to the places that they frequent. Thank you very much. I agree with you. One more question and we close this up.
Que sea rápido y cerramos ya.
Okay, one last question and we will close the whole meeting. Thank you very much for the conference. I have a question for Gervasio. I think your struggle against traffic of arms is very valuable, but at what point, maybe when you were younger, at what point did you decide to raise that flag against arms trading? I'm not a pacifist, don't get me wrong, and I'm not a humanitarianist. I'm just a journalist. I just hate the double standard, the cynicism, and the hypocrisy of our politicians. If a Spanish politician wants to go to the streets and tell someone why the French and say why the French and the German are going to sell more weapons than us, let's also sell a lot. I'm just saying that our politicians are justifying that they are not part of that trade, but then they are fully involved in it. And we have a law for arms control in Spain that says that there are many countries that cannot be, where we cannot sell arms. So from minute one, we are violating left and right. We are violating that law and selling weapons to those countries that are explicitly mentioned in that national law. And I remember that we have Francine Argamat, the chair of the parliament, and in that meeting he said, Gervasio, I don't have information about what you just said. And I said, come on, you're the third most important politician of the country, and you're not informed about the business of our country and about the law that was adopted some years ago by our own government? Are we playing games here? So what I normally do, what I usually do in conferences, or I just try and speak. I take out my demons so that I don't have to go to therapy. I could go to therapy and say, oh, war has had an impact on me. So I don't do that, but I just go to conferences and I just speak very badly at things. And sometimes I've been told, oh, but you're not following the protocol. And I say, oh, come on, the protocol was my first sentence. Thank you to the organizer, blah, blah. And in my second sentence, I start hitting people left and right. My first award given in Aragon, and you will have your award in Huelva next week, but Zaragoza people gave me that award, and Izquierda Unida, the left, the most leftist party of Spain. I mean, I criticized their opinion on what they did in Sarajevo, what they did in the Balkan Wars, and I said that Slobodan Milosevic was the worst type of worm that Europe had seen in many years, and because he called himself a communist, they could not criticize him. And same applies to Russia. You criticize Russia for what they're doing in Ukraine, and suddenly some leftist people living in the age of stone, they criticize me, and I'm not saying that I agree with the Ukraine, and I'm not saying I agree with Hamas by criticizing Israel. So that happens every time. So what I just do is I criticize the indecent behavior of the politicians. I don't care if we have the socialist or the left of the extreme left or the extreme right or the Popular Party or Zapatero or Aznar. I don't care. When I was your age at the university, I sent some letters to the newspaper El País criticizing the armed laws of the weapon laws of the time, because with the socialist group, we were selling arms to Iran and Iraq. They had oil, both of them. They were in war among them, and we were selling weapons to both of them because they paid cash. And we sent them some weapons, manipulating the cargo documents. They changed the ship routes halfway. So, I mean, this is a problem after Franco died, and no one is putting an end to that. And I'm not a pacifist. If they want to sell weapons, okay, but what are the conditions? But let's be honest about that. Yeah, we are selling weapons because we want to sell more weapons than the Germans, than the French. We're right after that. I mean, we are the 8th seller of weapons in the whole world. We cannot be top 5 because the top 5 are truly indecent what they're doing. But we're there. We're in the champion leagues. We're in the World Series of weapon sellings, and we're almost there. We're in the top 8. We're almost there. We're going to reach the final in some years. Okay, last question. 1 minute.
Y la foto que estamos viendo es de...
And that picture you're seeing was done by Luis. He's a fucking amazing photographer. I bought his book. You should do the same.
Bueno, buenas tardes, ya estamos acabando.
Good afternoon. Just 2 minutes. We're going to adjourn the meeting. I will give the floor to whom? To Uria? To Juan Miguel. Just 1 minute, please. Take a seat. Just 1 minute, please. Okay, so the aim of the Anastasia de Gracia Foundation and Photodoc was working on Capa, linking it to the memory of Europe. I took some notes. Robert Capa helped us understand a whole period of time, the development of history, to find a different look, because his images are always a challenge for the viewer. His personal commitment to losers, to the victims, to the oppressed, and his special look has been summarized here in this picture of the Perencelli 10 image that we said yesterday that was an image of resistance. And Capa gathered us, he summoned us here to go over his work as a warning for the future that is already present in Gervasio's words. That's what you all did. That's what you all did with your presentations. We just examined the memory of Europe through your eyes. That's really valuable. We open new fields of research, especially for younger researchers, and I'll give the floor to Jose Maria, but we are truly grateful for that. Thank you. Yes, thank you all. Thank you, Juan Miguel. Thank you to this faculty, to the Photodoc group, to all the people that took part in this, to the interpreters, to all the technicians that that were in charge of the streaming of this meeting. And as we said at the beginning of the first day, we just wanted to give that extra step to be together. And this image is a testament of that. And I will read now a manifesto that will be the first step to create that international network that will allow us to work on all those aspects, that will allow us to pull all those threads that you put on the table in these 2 days, those cross-cutting aspects that you mentioned. So we, in the Robert Capa meeting in Madrid in November 18th and 19th in 2024, we declare as follows. Robert Capa is an essential figure of European culture. His work as a photojournalist represents one of the major contributions to understand the history of our continent in the 20th century. His articles, his work shows the barbaric aspect of modern history and the destructive violence of the human being in a world where the coexistence at an international level is being broken with the appearance of new conflicts. Robert Capa's work reminds us of the urgency to work for a future with no wars. His images are pillars for the memory of Europe. And we can see that in Leipzig, in Madrid, and the citizen initiatives, and also the work developed in Troina and the Capa House in Budapest. Capa's images have helped us preserve spaces of memory in those places that have been marked by horror in the Spanish Civil War and the Second World War. In those spaces, we still witness the traumatic facts of our recent past. It is the will of all the understanding that we will create an international and European network of cooperation around Robert Capa and war photojournalism. This platform will keep alive historic memory of disasters caused in Europe by totalitarianism. This network will be a stronghold in defense of peace, and it will pay homage to all those that documented the horrors of war so that it will not be repeated. As the first step, we will support the project presented by the Salva Perencelli 10 platform so that the Madrid City Council can create the Robert Capa Center as part of the common European political memory. Let's start with the first step. Thank you. Very briefly, as the dean of this faculty, thank you to Jose Maria, to the foundation, of course, to the photo group, to all the attendants, those of you that are here face to face, to all those that are following us by the streaming. I mean, I've been a dean for a year, and photography will still be at the heart of everything we do until I retire, which will not be tomorrow. Thanks to the people in charge of the streaming, and thank you all. We'll see each other in the next Congress, maybe next year.
Un momento, le pido a los ponentes que no...
Speakers, please, we're going to have lunch together, right? Are we not?